Presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Detroit.
Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is presented by
Bell Tire.
The Tigers' Victor Martinez has certainly made himself quite at home here at Target Field over the years. 2 more homers last night for V-Mart. 369 lifetime in this ballpark with 11 home runs and 46 RBIs. What a great night for baseball here in Minneapolis. We're getting you ready for baseball. It's game 2 in this 3-game series featuring the Detroit Tigers and the Minnesota Twins. Hi again, everyone, and welcome to Tigers Baseball. Mario and Pemble alongside Rod Allen. Glad to have you with us here for Game 2 in this series. Victor Martinez, Rod, I'll tell you what, this guy has walked around here like this is Comerica Park or something. He's had huge numbers in another big game here last night.
Well, I could have swore I saw Victor get up early this morning, and he put that chauffeur hat on, and I think he rolled out to Kyle Gibson's crib to pick him up to make sure he got to the ballpark here tonight. But he puts up PlayStation 4 numbers in this particular ballpark against this team, and I expect no different tonight.
Victor in his chauffeur's hat. I got to see that. How about Jordan
Wouldn't you go
Zimmerman?
pick him up if you had those kind of numbers?
I would pick him up, to be honest with you. That's absolutely true. Jordan Zimmerman goes in the ballgame tonight, and in his last start in Kansas City, we're starting to see the evolution of Zim getting back to what he was last April. His pitch efficiency, his strike efficiency in his last start was awesome.
Oh, that's simply off the chain. And I just love the way that he went about his business against the Kansas City Royals. And he really hadn't been that good historically against them. But his fastball efficiency was on point. As you mentioned, 81.4% strike rate, 54% fastball. The rest of those were breaking balls. But I just love the way he used his breaking ball and his fastball in reverse order. He threw breaking balls in fastball counts. He threw fastballs in breaking ball counts. He would raise the fastball up in the strike zone. And for me, Zimmerman pitched the way that he pitched back in the day when he was pitching for the Washington Nationals, when he was making all-star teams. That's the best Zim we'd seen all season long.
Yeah, to be sure. Well, hopefully it'll conclude here tonight with a victory for the Tigers and Zim going a long, long way in this game. Now, one guy he's going to have to deal with is Miguel Sano. This guy hit a couple of rockets in the ball game last night. Better than 100 miles an hour both times. This cat can hit it hard.
He's a beast. There's no doubt about that. He's about 6'5", 275, but he's an athletic 275, if that makes sense to you guys at home. He plays third base. He made an all-star team this year. You see the percentage of the times he hits the ball hard when he makes contact. 47%, only a handful of cats better than him. He's left the building 23 times already. Zimmerman will have to watch him very, very closely here today. He can be pitched to, however. Sano does have power, and power hitters a lot of times, strikeouts go hand in hand. He's punched out 127 times already this year, so there's a lot. Just stay out of the heart of the plate against Sano.
All right, now Miguel Cabrera had to leave the ballgame early last night. When we come back, we'll have an update on the Tigers' first baseman. Took one right off the clavicle last evening. The latest on Miggy coming up as we continue from Target Field in Minneapolis. Way now celebrating the 1987 World Championship Twins team that went on to beat the St. Louis Cardinals in 7 games, and they are honoring the 87 squad here tonight at Target Field. Mario and Rod back here at the ballpark as we continue to get you ready for baseball. Last night, Miguel Cabrera had to leave the ball game. And one of those injuries rather made you hold your breath.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the clavicle contusion is what it was diagnosed as, but Miguel is very fortunate that that ball did not jump up and hit him in the face. And as you know with Miguel Cabrera, I mean, Mario, he's one of those guys that he comes to play every single day. So you know it must have been a little sore for him not to play here tonight. And something else regarding Miguel Cabrera, for me, it's not all bad that he's not playing here today. I kind of was thinking that he could use a mental day off, the way he's been swinging the bat. I mean, it's not the Miguel Cabrera we've watched all season long. So for me, it's a good day off for him.
All right, Andrew Romine will play first base tonight for Cabrera. That's how the Tigers will line him up here this evening. Now, one guy that continues to swing the bat is Justin Upton. I want to talk about his opposite field power because Jay Up again hit a ball to the opposite field off the wall last night.
You know, one of the things that has impressed me so much with Upton this year is he's kept the same process that he started back in spring training. He always talks about his balance. He always talks about landing softly on that front side. Well, you hear it from Justin Upton in his own words right here.
Making sure that you feel this get loaded up. Because if this gets loaded up, this is going to come down soft. And that's kind of what I work on. I don't think so much about, oh, I got to get it down. I think more about, all right, am I solid here? Right. This is going to come down soft.
Take a look at these swings that Justin is talking. He talks about loading up on the backside. Then he talks about landing softly, and those are wonderful examples of that. He says he can pull the baseball in his sleep, but it's a little harder for him to go the opposite way as he did in Kansas City for a double in his final at-bat there, and then he did last night, nearly leaving the building the opposite way against Irvin Santana. Justin Upton is one of those guys, as we talked about, has just kept the process all season long. He's been the Tigers' most consistent performer on the offensive end. And when he starts driving balls the other way like he has the last couple of days, he is awfully dangerous.
All right, now the bullpen, for the most part, Rod, did a really good job last night. They have had an uneven season, to be sure. I mean, they've had their ups and downs, many downs, but last night I think we're starting to see how some pieces could fall into place.
You know, last night I thought Brad did a wonderful job maneuvering through the remainder of that game after Anibal Sanchez pitched very well in the contest, but that 6th inning is the inning that Anibal Sanchez usually doesn't get out of. Last night it was Daniel Stump that came in to get the final out of the 6th, went out and pitched one more out of the 7th, and then here comes Shane Green coming into the ball game. Shane Green has been quietly one of your better relievers in the month of July. As a matter of fact, I don't think he's given up a run in the month of July. That would be Green. And how about the maturation process of Bruce Rondon? Power fastball, 97, 98 with real nice location, but it's his slider that's kind of separating him from most. There it is. It's been a beast of a pitch for him. And Justin Wilson, he's been consistent since inheriting that closer's role. He's only had a couple of hiccups. Last night was not one of those. Foul fastball upstairs in the mid-90s with good breaking balls, and I just kind of love the way that they pitched in last night's game, and then hopefully they can feed off what they were able to do last night.
All right, now the Minnesota Twins have a couple of guys to the back end of their bullpen. Hopefully we won't see those guys tonight. Hopefully they won't have the lead, but Kinsler and Rogers, they've been awfully good for them.
Well, that's the reason why these guys are where they are right now, just one game under 500, and they have playoff aspirations. When they are leading after the 7th and 8th inning, they do not blow leads because of these two guys right here. Look at their numbers. Kinsler, this guy played an independent ball for 3 years. Hey, now he's an all-star, 218 with a bunch of saves, 26 of those, and the guy getting the ball to him to make sure he made the all-star team this year, Taylor Rogers, a long, lanky left-hander that's done very well.
All right, Tigers trying to make it 2 straight in the series against the Minnesota Twins. Stay with us when we come back. Trevor Thompson will be by, and he'll talk about a lot of the contributions the Tigers have gotten from up and down the entire lineup. Guys like Matsuk and Presley and a few more. Stay with us. Tigers baseball continues after this.
Since the 1st of June, you'd be hard-pressed to find a hotter Tiger than Mikey Matuk. Look at that average, 350 with 11 extra base hits, including a pair of bombs, one 445 feet in Kansas City. The other gave the Tigers a brief lead in the 9th in Game 3. Mikey Matuk taking advantage of the opportunity to get some extra playing time. He's got the wheels, he's got the athleticism, and he's showing a big bat for the Tigers of late. Welcome back inside Target Field here in Minnesota as the Tigers and the Twins get set to tangle here in Game 2 of their 3-game set. But Mikey Matuk isn't the only Tiger who's been turning it on of late. Alex Presley has certainly shown what he can do on the base paths and with the stick. And whenever given the chance, Dixon Machado has also proven his worth to this team. And that certainly makes a manager happy.
They've been positive when they're on the field, and sometimes the hardest thing is to be positive when you're not playing because they don't play all the time. Mikey's worked his way into a little bit more of a role, but Presley and Machi, they've had to bide their time on the bench, and they've been excellent at keeping their spirits up and being ready when we call on them.
How important is it that they have the right attitude in that role?
It's all about the attitude, because I did at the end of my career, and you got to get comfortable with the fact that you're not going to be playing every day or not getting at bat every day.
What did you learn from it at the end of your career that you appreciate the way they go about it as far as it being tough and being ready?
Well, one thing I realized is you're actually fresher when you do play. You may be not as sharp in terms of timing, but if you can learn to deal with that, you're fresher, you have a little more bat speed, a little bit more foot speed.
Now let's get to our unlimited baseball break brought to you by T-Mobile as Rod Allen joins me once again here in the booth at Target Field. And Rod, when you look at the contributions of those 3 guys and the other guys that come off the bench for the Tigers, how have they been getting it done and how important are those contributions at this point in the season?
Let's start with Machado first of all, because he's the youngest guy. I mean, this guy was in the minor leagues last year playing every single day, Trevor. So he's not accustomed to coming off the bench and then producing. But he's done a marvelous job. When Ian Kinsler went down with the injury, Brad was able to get him some consistent reps. And because of that, his batting averages are over 300. When you start talking about Presley, I just love his demeanor. I love his swing. He stays within himself. He's got good speed. He can play good defensively. And if you don't give him at bat in 1 week, he still gives you that quality at bat. But Matuk's the guy's been most impressive. You talked about the 2 home runs he hit, 445 feet the other day. He plays the game like a quarterback. He was a real good football player in high school.
He looks like a football player.
So he has that mentality. He plays with that reckless abandonment in center field as well. So he's made really nice plays. And all 3 of those guys have made really nice contributions. Really nice piece you did with those guys.
And you know who else has made a big contribution? Michael Fulmer. He's in the talks for the Cy Young Award this year with what he's been able to do. He's an all-star coming off the American League Rookie of the Year season that he had last year. But he's not the only Cy Young candidate you talk about when you look around the league.
Well, first of all, Maxwell Scherzer for me would be the leader in the clubhouse. And we're talking about our mobile unlimited baseball break. Look at here, Chris Sale. 200 strikeouts, Trevor, last night in just 141 innings. Fastest pitcher to get there. It's amazing. How about Pablo Sandoval? He's resurfaced back out in San Francisco with the Giants. And how about that last guy, Altuve? 23 consecutive games, 423, 11 extra base hits, 19 driven in. He is in the MVP conversation in the American League, no doubt about that.
Year after year, he continues to get it done. I love the play of Jose Altuve, and I know that you do too.
Absolutely.
Well, here in Minnesota, they are honoring the 1987 Twins team that won a World Series championship under Tom Kelly, their skipper. When we come back on the other side of this quick timeout, we'll take you inside the Coliseum Studios with Mickey York and Craig Monroe. They've got more leading us up to first pitch after this ceremony here in Minnesota.
Field is the honored 87 championship team in Minnesota. Tigers and Twins just minutes away here from Target Field. We'll be back with more from Target. 6:35 estimated first pitch from Minneapolis. '87 World Championship team, the reunion continues, and boy, that 87 ball club, it was the ball club round that beat the Tigers and eventually the St. Louis Cardinals in 7 games. What a series.
And led by Tom Kelly, who was an outstanding manager here for a number of years. Of course, Kirby Puckett in playing center field. Frank Viola was the ace of that staff.
And a big celebration in Minneapolis, the old Metrodome at that time. And right now we will join in on the festivities down on the field as they honor the 1987 World Championship team here in Minnesota.
Except I only get one leg in them now.
And there was so much confetti, as you can see, it got underneath the car. Catalytic converters got hot and caught on fire. They had to pull those 2 cars out. These guys had to double up.
Look at that, Danny.
Well, we won the World Series, and this is something I think Minnesota, they did a good job.
I tell you what, after what we witnessed the night that we clinched to come into the Dome, and then I don't know if we even anticipated this many people. I mean, they canceled school for people to come out and celebrate our championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to invite to the podium 1987 World Series MVP, Frank Viola.
Thank you, Dick. First of all, this is an honor to be able to speak for all these guys, so I guess I'm making it as quick as I don't know how quick I can make it, but in all seriousness, we have 4 things I'd like to bring up. Number 1, we all thank the front office, from the Griffin family to the Polat family, for putting together an unbelievable group of guys who believed in themselves and did something magical with each other. If it wasn't for the front office making those moves and trusting us young guys to learn how to win, we wouldn't be here 30 years later. Number two, you couldn't, as a player, especially as a young player, ask for a better coaching staff to put out there for us. Starting with TK, and from Rennie to Twiggy to Suchi to Rennie. But somebody who I just want to take a second, and I hope I'm speaking for all of us. This gentleman spent 32 years as our bullpen coach. He is special to all of us. He's special to so many players. I think some of the modern day players know him as well. He's fighting a tough battle right now. And I'd like to speak for all of us and wish Rick Stelmazik the best. I don't know if he knows how much we love him, but I think we all appreciate it and give you a standing ovation for everything you've done for the Minnesota Twins. You take care of yourself, we love you. The most ingredient to winning a championship is not talent. It helps. But it's a bunch of guys believing and trusting in themselves. And granted, I learned it the hard way. I was the most individualist so-and-so my first couple of years in the big leagues until a couple people put me in my place and realized you can't win games by yourself. What TK installed on the field, instilled in us on the field, and what all these guys did was they believed in each other. Every time we took the field, especially as the season went on, we believed in what we were doing. And we won the World Championship in 1987 because we all believed in each other. And 30 years later, we're still hanging out like we're still playing. I think it's pretty cool stuff. I mean, we go 10 years without seeing each other, it's like we never left. It's the greatest feeling in the world. Appreciate and like to thank all the teammates that made all this possible for all of us. Two more quick points. First and foremost, you the fans. If it wasn't for you guys believing in us and seeing that there was special in us, I don't think any of us would have been able to achieve what we achieved. You hear about the Seattle Seahawks and the 12th man, to hell with that. We had our own fans here, and you guys made it all possible for us, so thank you all so much for everything you guys did. And lastly, today's 2017 Minnesota Twins. I know a lot of you guys are young. I know a lot of you guys don't even know who the hell half of us are, and that's cool. The one thing I hope you take out of this is that, as I mentioned earlier, talent wins games, it helps win games, but you can't do it without the help of each other. You guys are in a pennant race right now. You got everybody rooting for you, supporting you. You guys go out there and play some baseball, have fun. And to end this, you know, I was fortunate to be named MVP, but I wasn't the MVP. Everyone sitting here was the MVP. I just happened to be lucky enough to have an award. We all did it as a team, and if it wasn't for everybody working together, that first World Championship would never have happened. So thank you all for everything in this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. And on behalf of Twins territory, both here at Target Field, those of you watching on television, thank you all for giving us so many moments that we will never, ever forget. Now, when we say 1987, we remember the epic home runs, the homer hankies, the dome, all leaving us with joy as infectious as a Kirby Puckett smile. What better way to conclude than to bring in the closer, Jeff Reardon, just as he closed out Game 7. We invite Jeff to throw today's ceremonial pitch to his catcher, Tim Laudner, along with the radio call from Twins radio legend Herb Carneal.
the pitch. Swing a bouncing ball to God. He has it. Goes to Herbert. And the Twins are baseball's world champions. The world champion Minnesota Twins. McGee grounding to Gotti for the last out of the World Series. The Twins win it 4-2. Let's listen to this crowd. What else?
And the festivities wrapping up from the 87 World Championship team. They honor them here tonight at Target Field. We have baseball, though. Tigers Twins coming up. Stay with us. Lineups. First pitch coming up from Target Field in Minneapolis. Detroit is brought to you by Comerica Bank, a part of Detroit and the community since 1849. And by Chrysler, make the most of your summer with a brand new vehicle at the Chrysler Summer Clearance Event. Great night for baseball here in Minneapolis tonight. Stay with us. Tigers Twins game 2 in this series coming up from Target Field. Well, the Tigers certainly have had their way with Kyle Gibson. He is 2-3 lifetime against the Tigers, but an elevated ERA of 7.11. And Gibson will be making the start tonight against the Detroit Tigers. Here is the starting lineup for the Tigers tonight, presented by the Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. And for Brad Ausmus this evening, a few changes in the lineup. Miggy is not playing tonight, getting the evening off, but Ian Kinsler is still at the top of the lineup. He'll bat leadoff and play second base. Presley batting in the 2 slot tonight, playing right field. Upton is at left. Avila is batting cleanup, followed by Castellanos at third. Vimart the DH. Matuk, Romine, and Iglesias will round it out tonight for the Tigers. And again, they are facing Kyle Gibson, presented tonight by Jeff Glover and Associates Realtors.
And Kyle Gibson has made 17 starts this year. He's won 5. His ERA is 6.29. The Tigers have had a lot of success against Gibson. It's always that one inning where he'll give up 4 or 5 runs to the Tigers in any one outing. Let's take a look at the Minnesota Twins starting defense. It is brought to you by Tim Hortons. Left to right, you've got Rosario, Granite, and Kepler. Up the middle, you've got the shortstop Escobar tonight, Dozier at second. Sano, the all-star, at third, Joe Mauer at first, and Jason Castro is the catcher for the second consecutive evening.
Well, here's what it looks like in the American League Central Division. The Tigers find themselves, as they come into play here tonight, courtesy of their win last night, still behind the Cleveland Indians. And also the Minnesota Twins battling for the top spot as well in the Central. The Indians lead by a 1.5 over KC and Minnesota. The Tigers are 5.5 back in the Central Division. Tonight they'll be trying to win without the big guy, Miguel Cabrera, who was hit in the clavicle last night on that ground ball. He'll get the night off tonight.
It's good to see him smiling, though.
So we are ready for baseball here this evening, and Kinsler will get things started. Kinsler, and then Presley, and then Upton facing Kyle Gibson.
Gibson has a fastball that will top out at about 93 miles an hour. The majority of his fastballs are sinkers. He throws lots of ground balls, and that's exactly what he tries to do. When he's not throwing you that sinker, he'll throw you a cut fastball, curveball, and also a changeup. So he's got all 4 pitches.
Gibson ready to go, and so are we as Kinsler stands in. And tonight's ball game is underway. Ian looks at ball 1 outside.
Another gorgeous night here in the Twin Cities.
Clear skies, and the Tigers trying to make it 2 straight. Got a day game tomorrow to wrap up the series. There's a ball outside to Ian. Run the count to 2-0. Great weather for a great venue. Here is the weather tonight. 89 degrees at game time. Mostly clear. A little bit of humidity. Ian takes another one way outside, and now quickly 3-0 and the Tigers leadoff man.
And Twins fans have packed the house as well, honoring the '87 championship team that was honored on the field before our game today. That's why we had the late start.
Kinsler takes ball 4. It's a 4-pitch walk, and Gibson wasn't even close. Leadoff man is on. Home plate umpire tonight is James Hoy, with Will Little, crew chief Jeff Kellogg, and Tim Timmons.
And we told you that Gibson likes to throw ground balls. Brad Ausmus is aware of that, and with Presley batting in that number 2 hole today, we might see Ian Kinsler take off. We might see a hit and run. We might see some kind of activity, just to make sure you stay out of the twin killing.
Gibson has induced 13 double play balls on the ground. That is the 8th most in the American League. Presley, good numbers, batting .313. He sits safely in his last 8, and he shows bunt. Strike 1.
I always love the number 2 hitter, because if he's left-handed, he can drive something in that direction, because you got that big hole, because you got the second baseman playing a little closer to second base, double play depth. So I've always liked the left-handers that bat second, that have the ability to pull the ball in that hole. Avila's done a marvelous job of that all year.
There's a bouncer up the middle into center field. A base hit for Presley. Kinsler on his way to second, stops there, and the Tigers in business early tonight.
How about Alex Presley, man? He's just been getting it done. Every time he gets a chance to play, he's got that really short, compact swing. He doesn't try to do too much. He just stays within himself, and he's been barreling the ball up with a lot of consistency, with line drives peppered all around the diamond.
That is now a 9-game hitting streak for Presley. Early trouble for Gibson as Upton stands in. And J-Up looks at a strike right at the top of the zone, 0-1. He doubled in the ball game last night for Upton. It drove in a run back in the 3rd inning of last night's game.
His last 2 hits, and going back to the final game in Kansas City, both doubles the opposite way with a lot of backspin. Very encouraging swings by Justin Upton.
He'll dive low, 1 ball and 1 strike. Upton last night also had a walk and a stolen base in the ball game.
If you're wondering if Gibson has any issues in the first frame, in his 17 prior starts, he's given up 8 runs in the first inning.
Swinging a foul tip. 1-2. Gibson out of Greenville, Indiana. Just has not had good numbers against the Tigers, and they are hopeful of continuing that trend here tonight. Here's the 1-2. J-Up swings and misses. He went fishing, and that's out number 1.
It's a nice job here by Gibson getting ahead and then throwing that slider off the plate to get J-Up to chase it. It's a good 2-strike pitch.
A little bit of a different look tonight with Miguel Cabrera out of the lineup. It'll be Avila batting in the cleanup slot. Alex at 286 right now with 11 home runs this year. In fact, over the course of his career, he has gone deep 4 times in this ballpark.
Alexander's bat slowed down just a little bit in the month of July, but he has definitely most of the year been swinging like a number 4 hitter, partner.
Driving the ball really to all fields, especially the opposite field with power.
Constantly getting himself in fastball friendly counts where he sits right now. The key for Alex is to make sure you make Gibson get the ball up. Gibson wants a ground ball right here.
Here's the 1-0. You see this pitch pattern, I think, every single at bat here against Avila. Away for the first couple of pitches. When it goes to 2-0, Alex always finds himself in a great hitting count. Gibson following suit. Now we'll see what he comes back with here behind the counts. A bluff at second base as Kinsler dives back in.
And scouting report on Alex Avila, Tigers number 4 hitter here tonight. Loves to spray the ball all around the diamond. That's why he's batting in the 280s. Hasn't been chasing breaking balls much at all this year, and he's killing fastballs to the tune of a .356 batting average.
Tardy there, 2-1.
That's a well-located 2-seam fastball thrown by Gibson. He wants to throw the fastball because he had fallen behind, but that is a quality 2-seamer.
Gibson trying to pitch out of a first inning jam here. He struck out Upton with 2 men on. Swing and a miss, and an awkward swing there by Alex.
It's almost like Alex was looking for something else and decided to swing anyway.
2-2.
Another 2-seam fastball at 94 with great late action. All 4 pitches have been 2-seam fastballs away from Alex in this particular at bat.
Bouncing ball back to the mound. They might get 2. Wide throw, but the relay in time, and Gibson gets the double play. Escobar with a dandy play at second on a bad throw. The Tigers are turned back. Tigers wasting a scoring chance early on in this one. Jordan Zimmermann is on the mound for the Tigers, and tonight presented by Family Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Last start for Jordan Zimmermann, he pitched as well as he pitched in the last month of April of last year. He was simply outstanding. 6-7 overall this year for Jordan, but very encouraged with his outing 5 days ago against Kansas City. He was brilliant.
Here's the lineup he will face tonight, presented by the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. For the Twins, it'll be Brian Dozier leading it off. Kepler and Sano join him at the top. It'll be Mauer, Grossman, and Rosario in the middle. Escobar playing short tonight, and then Granite and Castro, bottom three for Minnesota. See him trying to get his second consecutive road victory. It's been a while since he had won on the road. He had to go back to last season for a road win when he finally got one in KC his last time out.
He had great command in his last outing. As a matter of fact, 81% of the pitches that he threw, and he threw 97 pitches that night against Kansas City, 81% were strikes. It's amazing.
Well, Jordan also gets a lot of run support typically, so we'll see if that'll be the case again here tonight. Here are the numbers in the Monday defeat of the Royals. No walks, 7 strikeouts. Dozier waits on the 0-1. In there, a strike called. Thought it was a little bit inside, but Jordan got the call. Dozier 1 out of 5 in the ball game last night. Had a single in his first at bat, but nothing after that. And he looks at a ball low.
That's a good pitch right there by Jordan. He should not be discouraged the fact that Dozier took it. If he continues to locate that slider where he threw that last slider to all these right-handed hitters, he's going to get a lot of outs on this pitch. It's a good take by Dozier, but a really good pitch by Zimmermann.
A great pitch. Here's the 1-2. Spoiled it. The resurrection of the slider by Zimmermann has been part of his success.
Where he is locating those last 2 breaking balls to Brian Dozier, it makes it very difficult for Dozier to pull the baseball. Dozier loves to pull the baseball. He's got a lot of power to left, not so much when you make him hit the ball the opposite way.
Swing and a miss, and down he goes.
And good for Jordan and also Alex Avila. They went right back out there with that nasty slider once again, and Brian Dozier came up empty. Take a look at the starting defense for the Detroit Tigers here tonight. You've got Presley in right, and Mikey Montauk in center, Jay up in left, Castellanos, Iglesias, Kinsler, and Andrew Romine getting the start at first base, with Miguel Cabrera still having that clavicle issue, that clavicle contusion, still sore.
Strike one on Max Kepler, batting in the 2 spot tonight for the Twins.
I will say this much. That was a wicked hop that Miggy took last night. Wicked hop.
The 0-1. Driven to right field. That ball will get down, base hit. It is cut off by Presley, and it's going to be a 1-out single for Kepler. Twins have their first hit. And that'll bring up Miguel Sano. You could just see the look of pain on Miguel's face when that ball came up, and it takes a lot to knock him out of the game.
And not only that, but for him not to play the next day.
So here is Sano, 2 hits last night, both singles.
He's a dangerous bat. Sorry about that, buddy.
Drove in a run, and well, 23 home runs worth so far this year. You've talked about the fact that with the home run package comes a lot of strikeouts, and he is on pace, Rod, this year to strike out 214 times.
That'll be all-time record with Twins, won't it?
Yeah. Well, he already set the record last year.
Ooh.
I don't know if he'll get to 200 this year, but he's on pace. The 0-1.
That's a good pitch. When you do go inside to Sano, because he's so dangerous and he likes to extend his arms, and when he's able to extend his arms, he has no problem driving the ball over the center field wall. He has that kind of power. So when you go inside, you have to go inside, and then you go right back outside with that really good slider.
Kepler down at first, 3 steals this year, 3 out of 4. Tigers jumped out to an early lead last night. They led 5-0 before the Twins got some runs back. And Sano looks at a strike.
Well located fastball at 93 miles an hour. Looks like Jordan, at least early on, and through the first 10 pitches, has that same kind of command that he had 5 days ago when he was spectacular against Kansas City.
That same look that he had last April when he raced out to 24 and a third consecutive scoreless innings. That one missed.
He has Sano set up now for the slider, but it has to be that really good slider after most of the pitches being fastballs. In the back of the mind of Sano, he might be thinking that he's going to get another fastball, and this is where you get him to chase something. You don't necessarily want to get him out in the strike zone. Here it comes. Let's see if he locates it.
Missed with it. Full count, 3-2.
It's a tough decision now for Paul Molitor. And we told you that Sano strikes out a lot. He struck out 127 times. And does he allow Kepler to take off for second base, knowing it could be a strikeout and a caught stealing?
Pretty risky move, if indeed he's going. Runner goes, and a ground ball left side. Castellanos has only one play. Throws high, but Romine comes back down and tags the bag. 2 gone. Move Kepler to second.
It's a nice job by Sano. His manager put pressure on him because he knew that Kepler was on the move, and he's prone to strike out, but he doesn't strike out there.
So with 2 away now, here is Mauer. Doubled in the ball game last night. He also walked, and batting .282.
He has always been a very difficult at bat in this particular situation. I don't care what his numbers say. This guy gives you a quality at bat when runners are in scoring position.
They give up the entire third baseline defensively. They haven't played to pull on the infield,
and they haven't played to hit the ball the opposite way in the outfield, with Montauk in center field shading him over to left center, where he tends to hit the ball when he elevates it.
Line down to 1 hop right to the second baseman, right on cue. Hit it right at Kinsler to end the inning. No runs and a hit, 1 man left. No score in this one. If the Tigers combine for 3 or more home runs in this game, bring a copy of the box score to a participating Arby's location tomorrow. Get a free small order of curly fries if the Tigers go deep 3 times tonight. Hopefully that'll be the case.
A lot of Tiger fans here in Minnesota. Walking downtown today, all you saw was Tiger fans in the Tigers gear.
Kind of getting used to that, are we?
Yeah, they travel well.
Castellanos looks at a strike as we get it rolling now here in the second.
Nicholas really has not had a lot of success. Well, he really has had no success in his career against Gibson, but he was 2 for 4 last night, and hopefully Nicholas can get it going again against Gibson, who's had his number.
It'll be followed by Martinez and then Matuk. Gibson surrendered a walk and a single in the first, but got a big double play ball, the 14th that he has induced this year. Now the 1-1. Castellanos can't believe that last call. A look back for James Hoy.
They're playing Nicholas to pull on the infield, but yet all 3 pitches that Gibson has thrown Nicholas have been away. Huge hole on the right side of the infield if he wants to poke one through that hole with 2 strikes.
Grounded foul.
Well, let's take a peek at the scouting report on Castellanos. Well, pulls the ball on the ground. That's why they're playing him the way that they are. Opposite way in the air. That's why the defense is shading him the opposite way as well. Struggles with breaking balls when behind, but most big leaguers do. But he's been killing fastballs in the last 20 games.
And out front that time, lazy fly ball to left center, and it's caught by Grossman for the out. That's Rosario actually in left field. 1 gone here in the second. It'll bring up Victor Martinez. Well, Vimart had a huge night last night. About as big as you can get. A couple of home runs. And he got the Tigers offense off and rolling with a homer in the second and then a 2-run shot in the fourth.
It was very encouraging. And Victor had a very quick bat in last night's game.
Breaking ball missing high, 1-0. So Martinez now is up his home run total to 8.
Yeah, nice little breaking ball there thrown by Gibson in a fastball count. Victor also one of those types of hitters. When he starts to find that stroke, that classic uppercut stroke, his home runs come in bunches. Good career numbers against Kyle.
Pulled foul. And we talked last night about the good numbers he has had in this ballpark.
And he continued that last night. Big fly, his first time up. That was a 94-mile-per-hour fastball thrown by Irvin Santana, their ace and their all-star. And then he got him again. Changed piece at the bottom of the zone. He lifted that one out of the yard as well.
It'll bounce in. And you often wonder about a guy that has big numbers in a certain ballpark. It must be, I think there's got to be a piece of it, Rod, where the guy just feels good in the park. Maybe he sees the ball well in a certain park.
Right. They got a nice backdrop. It's nice. It's black. You can see the ball very well in this yard. That's what I'm talking about right there. That black drop. You can see, gives you a really good look at the pitcher coming out of that backdrop. And he loves Twins pitching.
Well, that's the other part of it as well.
You can tell Victor's starting to get it going right now just by him able to foul off that really good pitcher's pitch right there. I mean, it's a pitch that you really can't do anything with as a hitter, but with 2 strikes, you still have to try to foul it off, and he's able to do that to force Gibson into getting something over the heart of the plate. You can see Gibson has not missed over the plate at all to Victor. Everything away or everything way in.
.369 here at Target Field with 11 home runs, 2 of them last night. Not to mention 46 RBIs. Vimart last night had his 11th career multi-homer game. Now the 3-2 swing and a miss. He struck him out. Breaking ball got Martinez. That is the second strikeout of the game for Gibson.
Man, pretty good pitch here. Victor able to run the count to 3-2, but Gibson comes back with that backdoor breaking ball and to finally get the strikeout. As a matter of fact, he threw Victor a lot of off-speed pitches to start him off with, a couple of fastballs just to show him, and then finish him off with the breaking ball.
Here's one of the hottest Tigers hitters. It's Mikey Matuk with 2 outs. He had 2 more knocks in the ball game last time. Mikey now is up to 289. Had a 3-bagger last night in the ball game. Brad was talking about him before the game, and he gave a lot of credit to Lloyd McClendon and Bull Durham because they got with Matuk immediately when he got to the organization. Worked with him a lot in spring training about staying through the baseball and using all parts of the field. That one is pulled into left. It's another hit for Matuk.
Well, he must have listened because since the calendar turned to June, and Mikey Matuk, his batting average is over 350.
It'll be a 2-out single for Mikey.
Gibson gets a lot of ground balls, and he's already thrown a lot of breaking balls today, but Mikey Matuk able to find a seam on the left side of the infield to the left of the shortstop Escobar.
350 since June 1st with 11 extra base hits.
A lot of energy too, running the bases very well, good in center field.
Romine shoots a ground ball left side. Sano has it there, and that'll end the inning. No runs. The 2-out single is left. We go to the bottom of the second. A blast from the championship past here in Minneapolis tonight. Tom Kelly and Bert Blyleven, Juan Berenguer. There was Kirby Puckett Jr. there, and they celebrated the 1987 World Championship team here. Frank Viola gave a nice speech. That was the team that beat the Tigers in the CS and then went on to beat the Cardinals in the World Series that year in 7 games.
It's incredible the bond that you have with the men when you win a championship. I mean, you can see guys today and you won't see them again for 10 years, 20 years. And it's like you've been with them the whole time. It's a tremendous bond that you develop.
Robbie Grossman will get it started here in the second. It'll be Grossman, Rosario, and Escobar. Facing Jordan Zimmerman, who gave up a single but no damage in the first. Got a couple of ground balls to get out of the inning. Grossman will make you work. He has a terrific on-base percentage, the best of the team actually, 378.
And because of that really good eye, he walks a lot too. He will take his base on balls.
Jordan missing low and away, and the count now goes 2-1.
And Zimmerman really doesn't walk that many. And Jordan Zimmerman, active leader in walks per 9 innings, under 2. 1.92 of guys with a minimum 1,000 innings. No one in baseball better than Jordan Zimmerman at limiting the base on balls.
Flared foul.
Porcello checks out. How about this? The first 3 guys on that list,
yeah,
Porcello and Doug Fister and Zimmerman. All 3 guys, of course, wore the Tigers uniform. And we know how efficient Porcello and Fister were at not walking people too when they wore the Tigers uniform.
Make him earn it instead of issuing the base on balls. Here's the 2-2. Little chopper slowly toward Kinsler. Running scoop to throw him out, 1 away. Let's check in now with Trevor Thompson.
As we're talking about that 87 Twins team, and Tom Kelly had his statue unveiled before they had their ceremony today. That happened a couple of days ago, and he told me he didn't know that he really deserved to have a statue alongside the likes of Rod Carew and Harmon Killebrew and Tony Leva, but he really was feeling special about that, but also to have an opportunity to reunite with some of those players from that 87 team was special for him. Kent Herbeck said, even looking back all these years, to know that you've accomplished what you dreamed of as a child is all the more special 30 years later. He also said that he hadn't seen Kirk Gibson in years, and if I saw Gibby, to shout out to Gibby for him. So from Kent Herbeck, Gibby, what's up?
Pretty cool. I'm sure the Gibsters watching tonight. 0-2 the count on Rosario. Of course, Tom Kelly had that statue dedicated last night here at the ballpark. Well deserved, and a well-respected manager, and certainly an icon here in Minneapolis.
Special weekend for all those guys. Not only did they celebrate today, but they've been celebrating since Thursday.
Rosario slaps it down the left field line, out of play.
Wasn't.
There's Tom Kelly during his unveiling of the statue.
He's always lean on that fungo.
Here's a drive toward the gap in right center. That's going to get down and go to the wall. This might be a triple. Rosario's headed to second. Nope, he's going to hold up with a double. 1 out, 2 base hit for Eddie Rosario. That is the second Twins hit. That'll bring up Eduardo Escobar.
It's a breaking ball that gets way too much plate, and that allows Rosario to go down and get it and hit it into right center field. And by the time Mikey Montauk runs it down, Rosario coasting into second.
Escobar will try and drive him in now with 1 out. Eduardo starting at shortstop in this one tonight. Adrianza started last night for the Twins. .273 batting average for Escobar. 8 home runs. Got a little bit of power in that bat. However, only 1 for 12 versus Tigers pitching this year. Good block there by Avila. Waiting on deck is Zach Granite. See him operating now with the bottom of the Twins lineup. The 1-1. Jordan, a good time that time of kind of holding up his delivery. They want to hold Rosario as close as possible to second base. Tigers, you mentioned this last night, Rod. They play a little bit more deeply here in the outfield.
Yeah, yes, they do. And we also noticed the Tigers in the Kansas City series were playing really deep as well.
They'll get back out of play, and the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Justin Upton has been tremendous in left field this year, and by and large, one of the reasons he's had so much success is he's been playing a little bit shallower. That's what they wanted him to do when they left spring training, and really, and the only guy that saved more runs from that position in the American League is Alex Gordon, left fielder for the Kansas City Royals.
Clearly last year Upton was playing very deep. In fact, sometimes just a few feet off the warning track, it appeared. But more shallow this year has led to a better year defensively. He thought about offering but did not. Full count now, 3-2 on Escobar.
Might be dangerous here to throw a fastball here. Jordan has a fastball that's pretty much 92, 93, but it's a straight heater most of the time, and there's no doubt that Escobar is a good hitter. And so if you have confidence at all in throwing a breaking ball here with the runner in scoring position, it might be the pitch of choice. The breaking ball might get you swing and miss. Fastball most definitely is going to be some contact.
Escobar came in batting .387 in his last 17 home games. The 3-2. Look out, yank foul.
He did throw the breaking ball. I like that choice. I'd throw another breaking ball.
And that was a great play by the ball boy down the first base line. Played the carom, then tried to hand out the souvenir. All right, there you go.
Kid, he's got the faces all painted, sitting in the first row.
Ooh, he flinched. He wanted to call him out, but didn't. James Hoy was coming out of the crouch.
Yeah, Jordan wanted it too.
Now watch this. Yep. Boy, did Sim want that.
All Brad and Gene Lamont could do is laugh. He wanted it bad.
You don't normally see that big of a flinch. 2 on now with 1 out, and here is Zach Granite. Granite appears to be the type of player, and we've only seen him a couple of nights now, that kind of fits into the Twins mold. A slasher that can run. They've had a lot of those guys over the years.
Good defender. Play the game the right way.
Does not have a good throwing arm, but he tore it up in the minor leagues. It'll miss outside. 1-1. He was their minor league player of the year last year at AA and got to AAA this year and did not slow down. Byron Buxton is on the disabled list. He is due back at the beginning of next week for the Twins. Tried to paint the outside corner, but missed.
Here's a look at Byron Buxton, former #1 draft choice.
Slap foul out of play. 2-2 on Granite. He was the player of the month in the International League for the month of June, and all he did was hit a cool .470. That's almost 500 for 1 month. He was on base in all 29 games for Rochester.
Rochester Red Wings.
The 2-2 is just off the plate. Pretty good take right there. Looked like strike three. 3-2. Castro waiting on deck. No score. We're in the bottom of the second here at Target Field. Fly ball in the air toward left. Upton started back. Now he comes in, and Granite retired. 2 gone. That will leave it up to the number 9 hitter, Jason Castro. Avila will take this chance to go onto the mound. Tigers have one more here tomorrow, and then they have the Royals coming in Monday for a 3-game series. We're getting closer and closer to the trading deadline, which is at the end of this month. About the time of the year where you see scouts hovering around every major league ballpark, even minor league ballparks, to scout the prospects that might go back the other way in big trades.
Right.
Castro stands in now. Ground ball, second base side, gobbled up there by Kinsler, and the threat is over. No runs, a double, a walk, 2 men left. As we go to the top of the third tonight at Target Field, Menards brings you the big money encounter, the head-to-head here at Target Field since 2016. It's tough to have this kind of mastery over one team, but even tougher to do it on their home field.
Tigers have destroyed the Minnesota Twins in this ballpark, averaging over 7 runs a game, over 11 hits per contest, and the team ERA is under 3.5. So those are some lopsided numbers.
Jose Iglesias will lead it off for the Tigers here in the third. Iglesias, Kinsler, Presley.
Iglesias got that batting average up over 250 again.
Pretty good night last night. He had a single, a walk, and another base hit, 2 runs scored.
Also made a dazzling defensive play on the left side of the infield.
Strike 1 on Iglesias. 0-2.
Gibson pitching a little differently tonight against Tiger bats. Usually he's throwing lots of sinker balls. He's getting over with the first pitch. He's 6 of 9 in that department. But then after he gets ahead, he's gone to either that slider or the curveball, and he's kept the Tigers off balance, at least for the first 2 innings.
In the air toward right. Kepler is on the move, still coming. 1 gone. Time now for the Bernstein advantage. Want to look at the matchup between Gibson and Kinsler, and it's been in Kinsler's favor. 344 for Ian, with a 400 on base percentage.
Pretty good.
Yeah, he started the game with a walk as well. The Tigers had 2 men on in the first but couldn't score. Ian stands in with 1 out. Strike 1.
Another first pitch strike for Kyle.
Gibson this year just does not perform well at home. His ERA is 7.20 in his home ballpark, and that is the highest among any major league starter on their home field. 9 home starts, 2-5 record. He's walking about 4 batters per 9, which is a tad high. 2-1 on Kinsler. Tap foul. You know, the Twins and Tigers obviously see each other a lot, 19 times. You do that within the division. I wonder if there comes a point, Rod, where it's just you don't really pay attention to scouting reports at all. I mean, you've seen Gibson so many times, you know what he does.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, sometimes it doesn't do you any good to look at video of a guy when you know for sure how a guy is going to pitch you based on the success or lack of success you've had against any one individual.
That is a foul ball at third.
Because a lot of times when you look at scouting reports, you kind of look at what their tendencies have been like their last 4 or 5 starts.
Right.
And that's not against you. So if you want the true evaluation, you simply just narrow it down to what that guy has done against you in the past and not so much what he's doing lately.
2-2 on Kinsler.
There are some numbers that are very valuable, at least for a guy like Ian Kinsler. Say Kyle Gibson in his last 5 starts has gotten into a pattern of throwing breaking balls when there's runners in scoring position. You like to know that as a hitter.
Slap foul.
Here's the scouting report on Kyle Gibson. Mario gave you the numbers as far as what he's done here in his own ballpark. Not very good. 53% of the balls he throws are ground balls. He's already thrown several ground balls today. Lots of breaking balls, lots of two-seamers, and mostly change-ups to left-handers. He doesn't throw many change-ups to right-handed batters.
On the ground to the second baseman, right at Dozier.
That scouting report was dead on.
Fans, stay tuned to Tigers Live. Following the game, we'll select the Fox Sports Detroit Tigers player of the game, presented by McDonald's. Stop by for your breakfast favorites, now being served all day. 2 up, 2 down now. Here is Presley. And a single in the first inning.
Yeah, a lot of room down toward third base if Presley wants to bunt for a base hit. I know it's 2 outs, but man, giving him a lot of room. That's part of Presley's game.
0-1. Presley now a 9-game hitting streak, courtesy of his single in the first. In there, a strike called. He got the benefit of the outside corner there. 0-2.
So far, Kyle Gibson pitching better today against the Tigers in the first 3 frames than he really has in his career against Tigers.
I would say so. The Tigers had beaten him up in 2 starts earlier this year. 11 earned runs.
Yeah, historically, they've beaten him up pretty bad.
Roll to the second baseman. Dozier will make the play, and that's going to be a 1-2-3 inning. Nothing doing for the Tigers. Here come the Twins in the bottom of the third.
Pitch presented by Bell Tire. And Dozier's first time up, Zim worked him beautifully. He showed him the fastball inside for a strike, then went back outside with a couple of different breaking balls, the second of which he could not lay off to get strike three. Outstanding pitch sequence against Brian Dozier, their leadoff hitter.
And he'll face him again here in the third. Career 3 for 14 with 5 strikeouts now against Jordan.
And the way that you want to pitch against Dozier, you want to show him inside, even though he does a lot of damage to the pull field. You want to show him in, but eventually you want to get him out, away.
Breaking ball stays high, 1-0. Dozier looks at another one low, and the count now goes 2 balls and no strikes.
And Jordan does not walk many. He's already walked 1 tonight. Dangerous count here if he decides to throw Dozier a fastball. Dozier's a really good fastball hitter.
High fly ball in the air to center field. Matuk calling for it. Mikey hauls it in, 1 gone.
Good pitch there by Zim, top of the strike zone. He knew Brian Jordan would be swinging.
Here's Max Kepler. A lot has been made about the slider that has been rediscovered by Zim. We've seen him throw a couple of dandy ones here tonight. How does a guy of his ilk, and he done so much in Washington, threw a no-hitter, made an all-star team, how do you lose that pitch? It's amazing how that happens in the game sometimes.
I think injuries were a part of one of the reasons why he lost the really good feel for his slider last year. He had the neck injury, he also had the groin injury. Then he worked on his fastball pretty much exclusively in spring training, trying to regain the arm strength.
That'll go the other way. A base hit for Kepler, who is now 2 for 2. One on, one out. Here is Chevrolet's most dependable player, Miguel Sano, who this year ranks high in a lot of the offensive categories. Home runs 23. He's first in RBIs with 67.
He made an all-star team this year as well. He's having a great season.
Those numbers among American League third basemen.
Only a few guys in the American League hit the ball harder than Sano does on a consistent basis. 47% of the time when he barrels it up, he's hitting it really hard. You got to pitch him inside, though. I mean, you see those numbers here. Right there, that blue number, 83, 222, 217. That's inside. You have to tie him up with good fastballs inside, and then you go down and away where he's batting 167 to get him out.
Back up the middle into center field, a base hit. Kepler will stop at second, and the Twins have another threat going.
Another hard hit ball by Sano.
Time for a game break now. Here is Mickey York. Well, if Salazar pitches that way the rest of the second half, that's bad news for the rest of the division, because he had really struggled this year, went on the DL, and now apparently, at least for tonight, is pitching well. But yeah, I think many people thought the Indians would be running away. And I think, Roddy, it just goes to show that it's so difficult to win year after year in the major league.
Especially when you're expected to win. Everybody gave the Indians the American League Championship when the season began because they pitched so well last year, and they pitched even though they didn't have their starting rotation. They were going to have that healthy rotation at the beginning of this season, but things have not gone all that smooth for the Cleveland Indians, but they're right in the thick of things.
Here is Mauer.
It's like the Chicago Cubs. I mean, they got off to a sluggish start as well, but they're getting hot now. They're starting to play a lot better baseball. It's tough to duplicate what the Cubs and the Indians were able to accomplish last year.
Especially when you go to a Game 7 of the World Series, which basically chops a full month off your offseason.
And Jordan looking for a ground ball here off the bat of Joe Mauer.
He got one in the first. He got Mauer to ground out to the second baseman. That would work here. Ball too low on Mauer.
I brought this up regarding Jordan Zimmermann his last outing against the Kansas City Royals. When the batter puts the ball in play on one of the first two pitches against Jordan Zimmermann, the batting average is well over 400 against him. Kepler on second base hit the second pitch. Sano on first base hit the first pitch. So Jordan really needs to concentrate in knowing that teams really like to ambush him early in counts.
Strike called on Mauer, 2-2.
He painted that fastball at 93 away from Joe.
In his 14th season now as a Minnesota Twin, Joe Mauer. Fouled away. Mauer, a .307 career hitter. And most of his success came early in his career when he was healthy. He was catching day in and day out, and eventually transitioned to first base because of injuries. You very rarely will see guys continue the production that Mauer put up offensively, you know, for 13, 14, 15 years. It's just too much pounding you take.
Yeah, about a 5-year stretch there. As I mentioned last night, he was the premier left-handed swinging bat in the league.
Jordan just missed there. 3-2 now.
Making Jordan work here tonight. He's thrown 50 pitches already, and he only has one out in the third frame. So not as economical here tonight with the pitch and strike throwing as he was 5 days ago in Kansas City.
Two is hammered to right field, a base hit. Here comes Kepler rounding third. They send him home. He'll score. It's an RBI single for Joe Mauer. And the Twins have a 1-0 lead.
I was talking about Mauer when he came up with a runner in scoring position his first time up in the third. I don't care how he's swinging the bat. He's always a very dangerous hitter against the Tigers with runners in scoring position. In his career, with runners in scoring position, Joe Mauer batting over 300 against Tigers pitching. So just kind of validates my point.
3 straight hits for Minnesota, and they score a run. Robbie Grossman will stand in. 3:16 now for Mauer with men in scoring position. Grossman grounded out his first time up, and he lines one to left center field. That ball is going to get down. Upton will play it on a hop. Sano rounding third. He will score. Grossman has a double, and the Twins have a 2-0 lead.
I'll mention this one more time, and then I won't mention it again for the remainder of the evening. Teams look to ambush Jordan on the first 2 pitches, and the numbers are very good. So every now and then he has to understand that. Just mix it up. Not so many first pitch fastballs, throw more breaking balls, and he'll get away with some of those fastballs a little bit later on. But you have to show some off-speed stuff. That ball's up in the strike zone, sliced the opposite way by Grossman, who's having a really good year, primarily DHing for Minnesota.
Here is Eddie Rosario. 2-0. Twins have the lead here in the third. Ball 1 to Rosario. He had a double to the gap in right center his last at bat. The Twins failed to score him, though. That RBI for Grossman is 30th of the year. Here's the 1-0. Rosario this year has hit 9 home runs, or make it 10, but 9 of them have come here in this ballpark. He's hitting .313 at home. He'll shoot that one foul back out of play. 1-2. 24 RBIs here in the home ballpark. Rosario this season played for Team Puerto Rico in the WBC and really had a good tournament. .316 for that Puerto Rican team that played really well. High fly ball left field. Backing up is up into the warning track. Mauer will tag, and he will come in to score. It's a sac fly. RBI for Rosario. Ball carried out to left field to the warning track. 3-0 Minnesota. They're going to walk Escobar. Intentionally, his second walk of the game. And they'll go after the rookie Granite. Granite fly to left field in his last at bat. And now 5 for 30 to begin his big league career. Ball 1. Outside, 2-0 on Granite. Played his college ball at Seton Hall. He's from the Northeast. Can really run. In fact, last year stole 56 bases in the minor leagues. Now the 2-0. Slice to left field. It's going to get down a base hit. They're going to try and score the run. Upton's throw from left to the plate. Slide. He is out at home plate.
What a throw by Jay Up. You can't do it any better than he did right here. One hopper, and he unleashed a seed. And what a tag by Avila. Justin Upton from left field. Ball hit sharply, and he stays behind this ball perfectly. He times it. He gets on top of it. He takes very little time getting the one hopper to Avila. Very nice tag applied. Very nice tag applied here by Alex. It's the 7th outfield assist by Justin Upton. There are a few other guys in the American League that have 7. Melky Cabrera has 8. But we were just talking about Justin Upton and the fact that he's playing some pretty good left field. And this is how you draw it up, 2 partner. Now he's leading off.
And Jay up with a strikeout. Will stand in now to get things started. He looks at a strike. Seven assists in 199 putouts. Second most in the AL in the assist category for Jay Up among left fielders. He'll take a ball outside and low. 1 ball and 1 strike. So the Twins get 3 runs. Tigers have some work to do now. They've got Upton, Avila, and Castellanos against Gibson, who got him 1, 2, 3 in the 3rd. Here's the 1-1. Ground ball left side. Sano cuts it off. And Upton is out, 1 away. Another ground ball from Gibson. That's his specialty. Five in a row retired by Gibson. Here is Avila. Avila got Gibson out of trouble in the 1st inning when he bounced into a double play right back to the mound. It went 1-6-3 because the Tigers had 2 on, nobody out.
Yeah, Gibson's already thrown 5 ground balls in the game.
Strike 1, which has also been a specialty of Gibson tonight. Avila batting in the cleanup slots with Miguel Cabrera missing the game tonight with that bruised clavicle. Don't know if he'll be back in the lineup tomorrow. Indications were that he probably will. There's a bouncer to first base. That'll be routine there for Mauer, and 2 up, 2 down, and yet another ground ball out for Gibson. And the Tigers August Digital Ballpark Pass is your ticket to every home game in August. 1 pass every game, only $54.99. All tickets will be digitally delivered to your mobile device. Buy yours today at tigers.com/pass. Two gone here in the 4th inning, and Nicholas Castellanos will stand in. He flied out to left in his 1st at bat. Nubbed right in front of the plate. And Gibson's making this look too easy. 2-3 put out. He's retired 7 straight. We go to the bottom of the 4th.
America Bank game summary. One of the things you have to do as a starting pitcher, you have to continue to change from inning to inning, and second time through the order, a nice job made by the bats of the Minnesota Twins. They had 5 hits in the inning. They scored 3 runs in that frame. They just figured out Jordan Zimmermann. Now it's time for Jordan Zimmermann and to make the necessary adjustments to start to have more success and get his team back in the dugout so they can start to swing their bats.
8 men to the plate for the Twins in the third. As we go to the bottom of the fourth, it'll be Castro, number 9 hitter, leading it off for Minnesota. You look at ball 1 outside.
This much we do know: Jordan didn't have a chance to really catch his breath. That was a very quick inning by Kyle Gibson.
That's a good point. And on the flip side, he's averaging about 20 per inning. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Sliced out of play.
Looks like all the left-handed bats that Paul Molitor has in his lineup tonight, all the guys trying to hit the ball the other way against Jordan. Most of the fastballs that Zimmermann has thrown to the left-handers have been away, and they've recognized that. He might want to start to show a couple of fastballs inside to some of the lefties. Good bender there at 81 miles an hour.
Castro is 0 for 1 with a ground out. Here's the 1-2. He'll get back out of play. Lefties this year batting .315 against Zim. Here's the 1-2, and it's looped into left center field, and it's going to drop. Base hit right in front of Upton. Leadoff man on here in the fourth. Let's bring in Trevor Thompson.
Guys, Jordan Zimmermann told me that one of the keys to success for him, and it certainly was the case in the last outing, was getting first pitch strikes. So far today, he's 13 of 18, and although the Twins had that big 3-run third inning, that is the key that he's looking for as far as executing, getting ahead of hitters and owning the count early. Hopefully that'll pay off in the long run, but a man on here, we'll see what he does with this at bat.
All right, Trev, and there's been a lot of traffic in this game for Minnesota. They've had at least one base runner, and in most innings, multiple base runners against him. Here's the top of the order now, Dozier. And he spins away from a ball inside. 1-0.
13 of 19, really not bad in the first pitch strike thrown department, but once he's been able to get ahead, he really hasn't been able to put the Minnesota hitters away. And give them credit. They've gotten themselves into 2-strike counts and been able to put the ball in play.
Dozier lines one to left, heads a base hit. Twins have their hitting shoes on tonight. They have 2 on, nobody out.
And we told you Dozier, man, he does most of his damage to the pull field, and when he does hit the ball in this direction, left field, he usually hits it very hard.
Action in the Tigers bullpen. Warwick Soppold warming up. That is the 9th hit already for Minnesota. I'm talking about a lot of traffic.
They're swinging early, and they are swinging often against Zimmermann.
Kepler swings on the first pitch and hits a foul.
That's one of the things that Jordan Zimmermann's always been known for. His efficiency at throwing first pitch strikes, his ability to not walk batters, and if you go up against Jordan, that's the one thing that you want to do. You want to try to get him early in counts because you know he's going to come after you.
Kepler 2 singles already tonight, 1 in the first, 1 in the third. Ball high. Gibson's been really good tonight. Has reversed the numbers that he's had previously against the Tigers. And they've supported him so far with 3 runs.
And throwing more breaking balls tonight against Tiger bats. Not as many sinkers. Lots of sliders, lots of curves. Getting lots of ground balls is Kyle Gibson.
2-1. Dozier doesn't wear one of those oven mitts, but he does have that hand wrapped pretty good.
Yeah, he's got the miniature.
Yeah, he's got the mini mat.
The miniature version. Maybe for the easy bake oven.
Remember those?
I do. My sisters had a couple of those, man. I do remember that easy bake oven.
Well, I guess the important thing there is to just make sure that thumb is covered, because that's where all the injuries are happening right now.
Yeah, I guess if you're going to have to slide head first, you want to make sure you protect yourself.
Rod, my sister had one too, and really the cookies out of those things were pretty good.
They weren't bad, Trevor, were they?
They weren't bad at all.
They weren't bad.
Yeah, come on. They couldn't have been that good.
Hey, dude, they weren't that bad.
I'm not buying.
Little pink oven.
Don't knock it till you try it, Mario.
Yeah, I guess. Meanwhile, 3-1 on Kepler. Danger time here with 2 men on, nobody out. Already down by 3. Now Avila does not want any mistakes here, so he'll head out to the mound.
Well, here's the count where Jordan has to have enough confidence in throwing a breaking pitch. And just by having the confidence in throwing it, Kepler's going to be off balance if you locate it. Now, he might get a hit, but it might be some soft contact because hitters are looking for a fastball in this situation. So if you got any confidence at all, and throw something off speed.
And he walked him. Fastball away. They are loaded now with nobody out.
Brad on the top step. Is he going to take him out of this game?
Well, here comes Doobie instead.
He's got nowhere to put Miguel Sano.
Eagles fans, this is your last chance. Fox Sports Detroit University Days are back this Tuesday, July 25th. Purchase your tickets at tigers.com/EMU. Ticket packages include a limited edition hat. Don't miss the Eastern Michigan University Day with the Tigers. Get your tickets now. Very quick conversation. Soppold has been warming up, and Zim now in a heap of trouble here with the bases loaded. Sano coming up, nobody out. Sano had a single and scored a run back in the 30s, 1 for 2.
And Sano singled his last time up on the very first pitch of the at-bat against Jordan. It was a base hit right up the middle.
High fly ball into right center field. Not all that deep. It's going to be Matuk running across his body. He'll throw to third base, and a run will score. Sac fly for Sano.
I want to take one more look at the fly ball to the outfield here with Matuk and also Presley. It's a ball that Presley, for the most part, should take, but Matuk has the stronger arm. So he simply calls off Presley. Even though Presley's in position to throw, Matuk still has a stronger arm. Therefore, he takes charge out there, and he throws the ball to third base to keep the double play in order. So that's a nice job there by Matuk, realizing that he has the stronger arm out there.
So the stronger arm will take position over a guy that has better position to throw.
Absolutely, in certain situations.
There's a strike called on Mauer.
You saw that throw to home plate a couple of innings ago by Presley when it should have been a closer play, but he just didn't have the arm strength. That's all. That's not one of his tools.
Matuk, meanwhile, fired a one hopper to third.
And had Presley taken that and thrown it to third, they probably would have tagged up, and then Mauer would have gotten to second base too.
Big swing there.
Excuse me, not Mauer, but Kepler. Who's on first base. Mauer's in the batter's box.
And he's behind in the count 0-2. Sano's RBI was his 68th at his 4-0 Minnesota. Chop foul, first base side. Well, the pitch count starting to mount now for Zim. .76 total. Still only one out here in the fourth. Outside, Mauer now with a count of 1-2. Grossman on deck. Really, outside of Sano in their lineup, he's their one true big-time power hitter. They don't have many other guys that scare you all that much with the long ball.
No, they don't. That's not the way their team is built. And nor do they have the payroll that allows them to go out and acquire some of your better talent as far as the big sluggers are concerned. They have to bring them up in their system, and they've got a really good one in Sano. They also have another big boy we saw a couple of years ago, Vargas.
Yeah.
Who hasn't figured it out yet, but he's another guy that's homegrown in Minnesota's organization, has a lot of power.
Bouncer back up the middle, and Iglesias backhanded flip to second, and they throw it away. That'll score another run. What a play by Iglesias with a backhanded flip, but Kinsler's relay got away.
Iglesias and Kinsler actually practice these types of plays every single day after they've basically finished their regular routine work. It's wonderful range by Iglesias to get there. He goes out with the glove, and then he takes it and somehow flips this ball back to Ian Kinsler. But if Ian Kinsler could do it all over again, he simply would not throw this baseball. There wasn't an out to be made at first base. Beautiful play, but Ian Kinsler shouldn't have thrown it.
How many times have we seen this out of Iglesias?
I mean, he flips with the glove as accurately as he does with the throwing hand. This is an amazing play, and also a no-look backhanded pass.
Unreal, man. If he could have turned that, but as you mentioned, there was no out to get it first. So the Tigers now down by 5. That'll be an error on Kinsler. And Robbie Grossman, the batter.
And some lengthy innings today for Jordan Zimmerman. As good as he was in his last outing in Kansas City, he has struggled tonight.
In there, a strike called. Breaking ball there from Zim. 1 ball, 1 strike on Grossman, who had a double to drive in a run back in the 3-run third. They have added 2 more here in the fourth. .30 RBIs now for the DH. Grossman spent the last 3 years in Houston, or before last season, 3 years in Houston, and joined the Twins last season. 2-1. Mauer at first with 2 outs. In there, a strike called. 2-2 on Grossman. Inside, full count, 3-2.
And he's already walked 3 today, although one of those was intentional. we told you that a minimum of 1,000 innings thrown. Jordan Zimmerman came in with the fewest base on balls per 9 innings of anybody in the major leagues. Anybody.
Jordan had a 5-walk game against the Twins way back in April, but nothing more than 3 since.
So maybe it's the Twins then.
Could be. Runner going on 3-2. They certainly have been a pesky offense tonight. They've scored 5 runs on 9 hits.
It could be his final batter. Regardless of whether he gets him out or not, he's already up to 84 pitches.
Popped up foul and back out of play. So we'll do it again. Should Grossman reach? Rosario waiting on deck. And he lost him, ball 4. Another walk for Zim. That'll put 2 on and bring out Brad Ausmus. They're going to the bullpen here in the 4th inning. So Jordan, after that spectacular outing against the Royals, unable to get out of the 4th here tonight. It'll be a wall side windows pitching change here at Target Field. Tigers go to the bullpen, and we'll be back. Here in the 4th inning with 2 outs, and this Friday the Tigers host the Houston Astros at 7:10 p.m. Fans are invited to stay after the game for a fireworks spectacular. If you'd like tickets, call 866-66-TIGER or check it out online, tigers.com.
Man, that Houston Astros team, one of the best teams that we have seen this year. They came into play today 64-32, the Astros.
Here's Warwick Soppold. He will come out of the bullpen now for the Tigers.
He's got good numbers. 238 earned run average, pitching in his 22nd contest. He doesn't walk that many batters. He's only walked 12, punched out 20. Usually the defenders are on their toes when Warwick's on the mound. There's a lot of contact when he's pitching. Not a strikeout guy.
Eddie Rosario hit a sac fly.
And Warwick's got a fastball that will top out at about 94. Average heater about 91. Lots of cutters. Likes to move the ball around. He'll throw you some curveballs and some changeups.
hammer to right field, a base hit. Presley charging. They're going to hold the runner at third. It's a single for Rosario, his second hit.
Rosario hit the ball so hard, and that Jeep Glenn down at third base and didn't even challenge the arm of Presley with Joe Mauer running from second. That ball was a rocket.
So here is Escobar. Minnesota now with an even 10 hits.
And Minnesota playing tonight like they are tired of the Tigers beating up on them in this ballpark. The Tigers have absolutely owned Minnesota in this yard the last 2 years. It's almost like they've taken it personal.
Yeah, it looks like it tonight. They've just been chipping away, and they've knocked Zimmerman out of the game here in the fourth.
And meanwhile, Kyle Gibson, their starter, historically has not been good against Tiger bats. He's been good today through 4. He's only given up 2 measly hits.
Escobar's walked twice, once intentionally. Just a little bit outside, awfully close. Sapo thought he had the outside corner. Now 2-0 on Eduardo Escobar. Eighth man to bat in the inning for Minnesota. 3-run third, 2-run fourth. 2-1.
Saupold has been outstanding this year as you get a look at Minnesota box score. A lot of hits up and down. They've spread it out pretty good tonight. But Saupold so far this year has stranded every runner that he's inherited. And let's hope he can do it once again here tonight. He's inherited 11 and not one has scored.
Way outside. Now the count has gone 3-1 with no place to put Escobar. Yeah, Warwick really hadn't gotten a whole lot of runs, but he has been really good. In fact, a 1.82 ERA in his last 19 appearances, but he kind of blends into that bullpen. Nobody give him a whole lot of credit that he deserves. He's got a tough spot here, though, with bases loaded, 3-1. Driven in the air toward left field. Upton will cruise over, and they will leave the bases loaded. But the Twins get 2 more runs as we go to the 5th inning. It's now 5-0. On Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by Bell Tire. For tires and auto service, everybody needs a Bell Tire guy. And go for thrilling drives and deals at the Chevy Summer Drive Chevrolet. Find new roads. Lake Calhoun here in Minnesota. The Tigers trailing the Twins in this one. 5-0 is our score.
Today is a beautiful day to be taking a walk around the lake. Just hanging out on the lake, you know.
Downtown was hopping today as we walked around before the game. Beautiful city. Gibson goes back to work, and Vmart sends a ground ball to second on the very first pitch. Dozier throws him out, 1 gone.
Already tons of ground balls thrown by Kyle Gibson. As a matter of fact, the last 6 outs recorded by Kyle have all been ground balls, not necessarily hit hard off Tigers' bats, not yet.
Zim threw 86 pitches before departing. By contrast, Gibson now is at 50.
I believe Mikey Mott probably hit the hardest ball of the day. That was a solid single right past the shortstop Escobar when he was up in the 2nd inning.
And he is also the last Tigers base runner in this game. 8 consecutive retired by Gibson.
Presley and Matuk with the only base hits so far. A couple of guys that have been playing some pretty good baseball lately for the Tigers with the chances they've got. It appears that Presley's going to get most of the reps in right field with JD Martinez gone. Matuk pretty much the everyday center fielder.
Bouncing ball to second, had it played perfectly that time. Dozier has been really busy tonight. Another assist.
7 straight ground ball outs.
2 down now for Romine. We kind of knew he would get some ground balls tonight, didn't we?
Well, I mean, that's always his MO.
I don't know about 10 though.
Yeah, it's always his MO to get ground balls, but today he's having the kind of success that he normally does not enjoy against Tiger bats.
Romine hits one in the air to right field. It's going to be Kepler, and it's going to be a 1-2-3 inning. Very snappy at that.
They're all have been very quick and snappy.
You're watching Tigers baseball tonight, presented by Bell Tire.
Let's take a look at Jordan Zimmerman's overall day here today. It was a short one, 3 2/3. He got off to a really good start. Some good breaking balls down for a strikeout and some weak ground balls. But then he went out in the 1 inning and started to make some mistakes over the heart of the plate. And it was Sano, and it was Maurer, and it was Grossman. These guys driving the ball the other way, the left-handers. Hit some balls hard, but he left most of his balls up in the strike zone. So give Minnesota some credit. And they were able to figure out Jordan Zimmerman's second time through and eventually able to get him out of the game.
Zach Granite leads it off as we go to the bottom half of the inning. 5-0 Twins lead. Pulled right by the first baseman Romine into right field. A single for Granite.
Boy, do they have their hitting shoes on tonight.
Second hit for Granite. That is the 11th Minnesota hit. You got to keep your eyes peeled on Granite now. He had, as we mentioned, 54 steals last year in the minors. Got good wheels. Castro single and a run scored. He is 1 for 2. Tigers tonight have been out 11-2. Twins though have stranded 8 men on base. Tigers pitchers tonight have had 7 3-ball counts in this game. Sopol took over for Zimmerman back in the 4th. In the air to left field. The ball is hit well. Upton going back. Track. Wall. Leaps and makes the catch. Up against the wall. Relayed at first. Not going to be in time, but a great catch by Justin Upton. And he is putting on a clinic tonight.
Tough play for Jay Up, especially off the left-hander's bat. Great concentration. You're not expecting the ball to travel that far. He got to the warning track. He knew once he had to hit the track, he had a couple of steps before elevating and makes another really nice play.
Sopol says, way to go.
That's timed perfectly by Justin.
Put a couple of holes on that outfield wall, too. So he's thrown a runner out at the plate, and he's just made that catch. Here is Dozier. Ball 1 to Dozier. Here's the updated defensive run saved by left fielders this year. Only Gordon has been better.
Former Tiger Hernan Perez on that list. Wasn't he an infielder?
He was, yeah.
Playing a lot of left field these days for Milwaukee, apparently.
There you go.
Jay Up left his mark out there.
And do you think he'll get a bill for that?
He might.
1-0 on Dozier. Runner goes. Here's the throw by Avila. The tag, not in time. Swipe for Zach Granite. Second big league steal.
Take a look at Grant over at first base. Great jump, great steal. He sets himself up where he just basically takes that left arm and that left leg and crosses over and gets a really good jump and is able to make it safely.
RBI chance for Dozier. In the air toward right field. Playable. Presley sizing it up. Runner will tag. Catch is made. Granite coming to third. And he'll get there. 2 gone. Here's Kepler. He's been on base 3 times tonight. 2 singles and a walk. Tigers, since the start of 2016, were 20-6 against the Twins, but it's been Minnesota doing most of the offensive work tonight. Here's ball 1 to Kepler. A lot is made of the outfield athleticism that the Twins have. Of course, Buxton's just great out there in center, and Rosario's good in left, but this Kepler kid, man, he can play some right field.
Not bad at all. He can hit too.
A native of Berlin. He was born in Berlin. He went to high school in Fort Myers, Florida. There have been some players in the big leagues that were born in Germany that have gone on to do some pretty good things in the big leagues. Former Tiger Edmund Jackson, one of them. Mike Blowers, another. Greg Lefferts. Just off the plate. It's gone to 3-0 now. We got Sano waiting on deck. Ron Gardenhire, the former skipper of the Twins, was born in Germany. And now Max Kepler, who through his first couple of years doing good work. He'll take the 3-0. It's on the outer edge. Driven in the air toward left field. Upton going back to the track in front of the wall to make the catch. Kepler made a bid but fell short. Inning over. J-Up, another great play. Leaping catch. And it stays 5-0 Twins.
Flashing the leather here tonight. How about Iglesias last night with the overshift? Castellanos on the other side of the diamond. He was the lone member on the left side. Ball off the left-handed bat, hit sharply. One step and a dive. That ball was behind him when he finally caught it. He gets to his feet quickly and then throws accurately to first base. And Bruce Rondon absolutely loved it.
It'll be Iglesias to get it started here in the 6th inning. And he'll look at ball 1 from Gibson. Gibson had a 5-pitch 5th. He got Iglesias to fly out his first time up. Trying to figure out, Rod, why the Tigers can absolutely pound Gibson throughout the course of his career, but tonight he's doing what he's doing.
Well, he's first pitch strikes a lot, and he hasn't made any mistakes over the heart of the plate. He's thrown quite a few breaking balls.
Another ground ball. Escobar has it, and Iggy is out, 1 gone.
All 3 pitches to Iglesias were located beautifully away from him.
Hey, parents, if you want to bring your little Tiger closer to the game, now you can with the membership to the Tigers Kids Club. Each Kids Club member receives a jersey, lunch cooler, Ballpark cap, school supply kit, lanyard, passport, and so much more. If you'd like additional information, or if you'd like to order, go to tigers.com/kidsclub. But hurry up, though, while supplies last.
What's a lanyard?
It's that thing that goes around your neck to hold like a
like your credentials and
yeah.
stuff. Oh, cool. I knew you knew that.
Here's Kinsler. 11 straight retired by Gibson.
Just to finish what Gibson's doing, he's not making any mistakes. Look at the first 2 pitches to Kinsler. That was the same location to Iglesias. He really hasn't shown the Tigers inside all that much tonight, but he really hasn't needed to. And something else he's done very well, he's thrown breaking balls in fastball counts, and he's kept them off balance. He's pitched a very good game tonight.
Ian strokes one in the air to right field, straight at Kepler. 2 up, 2 down here in the 6th. Well, it was looking like it was going to be a long night for Gibson. He walked Kinsler on 4 straight pitches to start the game. Then he gave up a single to Presley, but he got a big double play ball, and they got out of the inning.
That's what he does. Gets lots of ground balls, and when you do have runners on base, he will throw some twin killings. Paul Molitor has to be elated with the start that Gibson's giving him here tonight.
Now Presley stands in.
Boy, was he a good player, Paul Molitor.
Oh, you're not kidding.
He was a good player. He had a very short stroke, didn't use batting gloves, spread out, and had some strong, quick wrist. A lot of line drives.
First ballot Hall of Famer. Now, Ron Gardenhire had been the skipper here for so many years. In fact, from 02 to 2014, and then Molitor took over this ball club.
Yeah, Molitor was on his staff as the bench coach the year prior to taking over. Grooming for his first managerial opportunity.
Well, it was a lean year last year. They won only 59 games last season. They were 59 and 103.
When Molitor first got the job, there was a lot of criticism out there because very seldom do Hall of Fame players do very good as managers. I don't think there's any Hall of Fame managers right now that play. I mean, there's not that many. I mean, there is some in the Hall of Fame, but what I'm saying, he took a lot of criticism because they just said those guys don't typically do well, but he's done well.
There's another base hit for Presley. He is 2 for 3 tonight.
Just love the way that Presley swings that stick.
My guy.
You took him and picked the stick tonight, didn't you?
I did.
You had a feeling it was going to be a tough night tonight for Tigers bats, didn't you? Took Presley.
Little table setter, get on base.
He's done that little change piece right there. He stayed at the bottom of the zone. He's had a really nice swing, really the entire road trip.
Now we just need J-Up to drive him in.
J-Up's already made a couple of really nice plays today.
Only the 3rd hit for the Tigers in this ball game. Ball 1. You know, you look at this Tigers team, and they had 10 or more hits, double-digit hits in 4 of the first 5 games on this trip. And you figure that was going to continue tonight. It still might, but they're going to have to get on their horse. 2-0 on Upton.
Yeah, take a look at Gibson's numbers. And 3rd time through, batting average .354. Let's hope the Tigers can start to do something against him 3rd time through.
Really get the feeling here he wants nothing to do with Upton. You've got Avila waiting on deck. Alex in the cleanup slot. He's gone 3-0 on J-Up now.
Upton may as well take 1 here. He's down by 5. Make Gibson work hard out there.
He does. It's in there. At 94 miles an hour. Justin with a ground out and a strikeout. That single by Presley, by the way, snapped a string of 12 straight, retired by Kyle Gibson.
He threw a changeup to Presley. Hadn't thrown many changeups tonight.
Three and 2.
I know the Tigers are trailing by 5, but May not be all bad to start the runner here, Presley. At least you would stay out of a double play if J.Up hits the ball on the ground. Excuse me, 2 out. Thank you.
Well, they're playing behind Presley right now at first base.
So he is on the move.
He'll be on the move for sure. Your prediction is correct, and it's a ball 4. That'll put 2 on now for the Tigers. First walk since the first inning for Gibson.
Yeah, these two guys hooked up on the 23rd of April. It was right here in this ballpark. 3 pitches, breaking ball away, fastball down. Then the sinker ball leaked right back over into the happy zone of Avila. You saw the catcher Castro reach for it, and those, for the most part, don't make it to the catcher's glove. Alex Avila got off to a sizzling start this year with the Tigers and hit a home run against Gibson in the month of April.
0 for 2 in this ball game. Knocked into a double play in the first, which got Gibson out of any potential trouble. And Avila looks at ball 1. Making him work a little bit now here in the 6th inning. Out of play, 1 ball and 1 strike. Twins got 3 in the 3rd. They added 2 more in the 4th. The Tigers threatening for the first time in a long time with 2 on 2 outs here in the 6th. On the outside corner, man, it looked a little bit wide.
Really nothing that Avila could do with his changeup. And we also told you that Castro, the catcher, is known for his pitch framing. It appeared to me that that ball was off the plate. And take a look at the glove here of Castro. He ever so slightly grabs it and pulls it right back to the corner to get the call there. It's one of the reasons why they signed Castro to a 3-year contract. Not only does he do things offensively, but mainly for his catching ability.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Avila down on strikes, and the Tigers strand 2. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. Kyle Gibson has been on his game tonight.
And the Minnesota Twins have themselves a middle-of-the-order bat for the next decade, and that would be Miguel Sano. You look at some of the damage he's done this year as American League ranks. 47% of the time he puts the ball in play. He hits it extremely hard. 23 homers, that's 7th in the American League, and he also has driven in 67 runs. This guy was a dead pull hitter last year. Really started taking advantage of center field and right field this year, and the numbers have gone way up.
Here are the projected season totals. 39 home runs for Sano, 113 RBIs if he stays on this pace.
If he does that, he'll be in the MVP conversation when this thing is all said and done, especially the way that Minnesota's been playing.
Absolutely. Now, boys, no fighting.
Those boys will fight.
Yes, they will. The 1-0 is in there, a strike called. 1-1 on Sano. Bauer and then Grossman to follow here in the bottom of the 6th. 5-0. Twins have the lead. Sano single, sac fly in this game. 1 RBI. He checked it. Did he go? Nope. Will Little down at first base said he didn't go.
As big as Sano is, I'd say no too if I was Will Little.
Way outside.
This guy just looks to do damage when standing in that batter's box. He is imposing. You know what I mean? Really imposing. Just about every single time he puts the ball in play. And the hit speed is over 100 miles an hour. This might be one of those instances.
I told the story the last time the Twins played in Detroit, but I just happened to walk into the ballpark in America at the same time Sano was walking in, and I thought, oh my gosh, this is a large human being here.
Yeah, he is.
And I figured out it was Sano.
About 6'5", 275.
3-2. Swing and a miss, and Soppold got him on strikes. 1 gone. We bring in now Trevor Thompson.
Mario Miguel Sano made the All-Star team this year and also had a chance to compete in the home run derby. He told me all of that was a thrill for him, especially competing in the home run derby. It's something that he's always dreamed of, but making it there as a third baseman, you talk about his size and his agility. He says that he works out every single day taking grounders from their third base coach, and it's really improved his footwork, it's improved his agility down there, and he owes him a debt of gratitude as well for helping him make it as an all-star, working on his defense. Here's a guy that can play multiple positions defensively as well as carry that big stick.
Hey, Trev, you're down there at third base. You've got a bird's eye view of Sano playing defense. You've seen him the last couple of nights. He really is an agile guy for a guy his size.
And third base, I think, is his natural position. But I have never seen a guy that size play third base. Certainly, A-Rod was a big guy playing third base, but he didn't have that same girth as Sano carries.
I was getting ready to say the same thing, Trevor. I don't think in all my years I've seen a guy with that type of body playing third base and playing it as well as Sano has played it this year. He started the season last year in right field, and he just was not comfortable out there at all. And I think it affected his hitting early in the season. But once he moved to third base, awfully comfortable now.
Well, I saw he and Gene Glenn, he's their third base coach, both days we've been here, and he says he does it every day, taking grounders and working to his right, working to his left down there at third base. And not many get by him, guys. Not many get by him at all.
Gene Glenn, old school. He's been in the game for a long time.
Here's the 2-1 foul back. You got to work if you want to stay at this level. And I mean, so much it goes into every game before the game is even started.
I mean, the guys get to the ballpark at 1 o'clock in the afternoon these days. Home and road. Start preparing for the game that night.
A lot of times he'll have early hitting, which is BP before regular batting practice for guys who want the extra work. The 2-2 is low. 3-2 on Bauer.
Certainly guys do come out and work on their game before the game, but it was hot. I mean, KC hot on the field here before the game, guys, and he was going probably for about half an hour pregame. So that might have taken a little out of some guys, but maybe he can get a little extra endurance with that extra body weight he carries around, that extra strength he's got in that body.
Here's the 3-2 foul back. That is the new level now on our heat meter. It was KC hot. That's how hot it was.
It was hot, smoking hot in Kansas City.
It was 100 degrees that last day in KC. I mean, it's amazing how much these guys have to stay hydrated just so they don't cramp up and be able to play the game.
Well, the Tigers training staff, they do a marvelous job at making sure that all the guys stay hydrated, giving them water after every single inning.
Bouncing ball right side, ranging left is Kinsler. And Maurer is out 2 away. Game break time now with Mickey York. All right, Mick, the Tigers got Brandon Moss going. He had a couple of big games. That ball drilled to right field. Presley is there, though. And Suppold has a 1-2-3 6th inning. On our way to the 7th. Kansas City Royals here, the wild card standings. The Royals 2 back along with Minnesota. The Yankees and the Rays have the 2 wild card spots right now in the American League.
Tigers 6 back in the American League wild card chase. The Kansas City Royals are looking to win their 4th consecutive game since they came from behind and walked the Tigers off last Friday.
Right. Well, here is Castellanos as we go to the 7th. Nicholas looks at ball 1. Fly out, ground out for Castellanos. Twins lead at 5-0. They've limited the Tigers to just 3 hits tonight. 2 singles by Presley and 1 by Matuk.
I said Friday, but actually it was not Friday. It was Wednesday. Thursday, the final games there in Minnesota. I mean, in Kansas City.
Isn't it funny how you during the baseball season, you don't know whether it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or whatever. All you know is what city you're in.
Dude, how about going to the wrong room on floor? I mean, seriously. I mean, sometimes these rooms run together too, and you get off on the wrong floor. And that was the room I was in the last hotel.
We were in Arizona. I kid you not. Earlier this year in Arizona, I got in a crowded elevator and forgot my room number. And I'm just standing there, and I don't know what button to push.
I'm telling you.
I just took a ride, went back down to the desk. What room am I in? Lady just laughed at it.
That was at 3 City. That's 3 City trip.
Yes, and that's why. I mean, it's tough. Big swing there, 2-2 now by on Castellanos.
I think it's kind of cool now because some of the hotels that you stay at, your key only works on the floor that you're on.
Right.
So at least you got a chance if you put your key in. Now, what room am I in? I know I only can just choose from this floor.
Yeah, but you still have to pick the floor, though. And if there's 20 floors in the hotel, you'll be there all day. Nick swings and misses. Man, Gibson. As Rod would say, he is on one tonight.
That he is, and for a guy that came in his last 6 innings against the Tigers, having given up 12 runs, Gibson's been on point. I mean, he has not made any mistakes over the heart of the plate, east and west, with everything crisscrossing in the strike zone, either the two-seam fastball or that really good breaking ball right there.
Now Victor. Ground out strikeout for Martinez. Ball 1. Numbers on Gibson: 6 1/3, 3 hits, 2 walks. And at one point it retired 12 consecutive Tigers. Tried to curl in a slider backdoor, couldn't do it though. 2-0. Femar hit the 2 homers last night. He'll roll this one to first base, fair ball. Mauer has it, takes it himself, and another ground ball out. You know, you touched on this earlier, Rob. This is the type of start which can really give the team a boost, because Gibson came in with just, well, a lot of crooked numbers, just to be polite, but he is really rolling tonight.
Look at the efficiency of pitches thrown per inning. The only shaky inning was the 20-pitch inning he had in the 6th, but by and large only 4 in the 5th, 6 in the 4th, excuse me, 5 in the 5th. Hasn't needed many strikeouts at all.
Now Mott took a single and a ground out. Strike 1. Mikey batting .292. He's inching toward 300. Not there.
Got to lay off that one. It looks awfully inviting, though.
Here's what Gibson has done so well tonight, is get the ground ball. 12 of them tonight. 4 punch outs, 4 flyouts.
17 of 25 in the first pitch strike thrown department tonight for Gibson, and when he's got the head, he hasn't made mistakes. Slider, changeup, curveball, all part of his 4-pitch mix, and he's used all of those pitches very effectively tonight against Tiger bats. It's the first time tonight he and Castro really have not been on the same page.
In 3 July starts, coming into this one tonight, he had allowed 13 runs in 16 and 2/3 innings. And was on the ropes early. As we mentioned, he gave up a walk to Kinsler, a single to Presley, but the Tigers could not break through in the first. Twins got 3 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th. Mikey swings and strikes out, and the inning is over. 5 punch outs for Kyle Gibson. What a night he has had so far tonight. Coming up, the Consumers Energy 7th inning stretch. As we go to the bottom of the 7th, 5-0 in favor of the Twins. Jordan Zimmerman tonight went 3 2/3 and gave up 9 hits, 5 earned runs. And he walked 4 batters as well. And the Twins, every starter's had or has been on base at least once. And they will come to the dish now against Warwick Soppold here in the bottom of the 7th. Rosario, Escobar, and Granite facing the Tigers right-hander. First one is inside, 1-0. Rosario's sac fly also has a single and a double. Ball 2 inside. Soppold came on in the 4th and has not allowed a run since coming on as we play here in the 7th. 2-1.
And Soppold also came into the game and inherited a couple of base runners. And it's been outstanding this year in that department. He's now inherited 13 base runners, and he has not allowed one of those to score.
On the outer edge.
If you really want to get a true indication of how well a reliever pitches, take a look at the inherited runner stat and how many of those guys score. Because the ones that score obviously do not show up on their record. They show up on the guy's record who left them in the game.
I would agree with that. I think sometimes we look at ERA for the relievers, and that really doesn't tell the story as much as inherited runners scored.
Very important to have a guy on your team. The Tigers have 2 guys, Soppold and also Shane Green, very good at when they come in and there are base runners, there's traffic on the bases. Those guys, for the most part, don't score.
Two the count stays. There's Shane Green, who has been marvelous this year out of the Tigers bullpen. Saw some good work out of Bruce Rondon last night as well. Some devastating work from Bruce.
Last 2 years, Shane Green has inherited 56 base runners, and only 5 have scored. 5 of the 56.
Lazy fly ball to left. Justin Upton is under it. 1 gone. Fans place a deposit on 2018 Tigers season tickets and get up to 4 free games in 2017, plus priority seat selection for the 2018 season. Go to tigers.com/tickets or 313-471-2255. They getting along a little better now?
Yeah, I think so.
Little guy took his brother's hat last time.
It's pretty cool how little brothers look up to big brothers, though,
Absolutely. There's a strike called. There's a full house family there.
Yeah. The little one's a little restless.
Pull on the ground to the right side. Kinsler sprawling play, but can't handle it. And Escobar is aboard. That is another hit for Minnesota. Escobar on base 3 times tonight now.
A great effort here by Ian Kinsler, leaving his feet and sliding, and then he was going to turn, and then when he reached to pick the ball up, and he just whiffed at it and therefore had no play with the speed of Escobar.
That means all 9 Twins now have at least 1 hit. Ball 1 to Zach Granite. 12 total hits for the Twins, only 3 for the Tigers tonight. Granite with his speed has the third baseman Castellanos on the grass. Ball 2. single and a steal back in the 5th inning. 2 out of 3 tonight for Granite. Slice to left field. That's a 3-hit game for Granite.
Granite's got a nice little stroke, man. He's not trying to do too much. He just waits for the ball up in the strike zone and just likes to slap it the other way.
The slasher.
It's a lot like what Presley has been doing the entire road trip. Slapping it the opposite way.
Here is Castro now with 2 on and 1 out. 5-0 Minnesota. We're in the 7th. Castro robbed by Justin Upton on a leaping play up against the wall in left field in his last at bat. Want to know on Castro, the former Houston Astros catcher, who coming into this game really had very little success against the Tigers, only 3 for 29. But he has a single and a run scored in this game. That's in there, a strike called, 1-1. Action in the Tigers pen once again. Daniel Stump starting to warm up. He also has pitched well coming up from Toledo. Soppold coming up from Toledo. The 1-1 line to right field, sinking, and a base hit. It's going to get another run in. Twins get an RBI single from Castro, and they lead 6-0. 3 straight hits off Soppold. That is 14 hits now for Minnesota. Top of the order coming up, Dozier.
Six of the 14 hits that the Minnesota Twins have come from the 7, 8, and 9 hitters in tonight's lineup. So they're bottom feeders. Have done a very nice job of getting on base and getting base hits and scoring runs.
Dozier looks at a ball low. Here's the other thing about the Twins offense. They have 14 hits tonight. 12 of them are singles.
Well, that's the kind of squad they have.
Yeah. Just keep pecking away. They've got 3 more singles here in the 7th.
And here's one guy in their order that has some pop in his bat. Dozier. Over 40 homers last year. 15 this year, not on that same pace to hit 40. Twins are probably happy now that they didn't trade Dozier to the Los Angeles Dodgers in the offseason, where he was rumored to be going.
Yeah, good point. They, I'm sure, felt that at this point in the season they would not have an opportunity to make the postseason, but here they are. Ball driven in the air toward left center field. Matuk is on the run. He'll track it down, and the runners retreat. It's going to be it for Soppold. As Brad comes out. 50 pitches for Soppold in relief tonight. And a wall side windows pitching change. Tigers go to the bullpen. Daniel Stump will come in to face Kepler. We'll be back. Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by Comerica Bank, a part of Detroit and the community since 1849. Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Visit ChevyDetroit.com. See why Chevy drives to Motor City. And by Wallside Windows. We can do that. We are the factory.
And they did a very nice video tribute during the 7th inning stretch, and they were honoring the 87 team, and of course Kirby Puckett not here, so they put up his retired number on the scoreboard, and boy, the fans here, wonderful round of applause for Kirby Puckett. Yeah, they did. What a good player he was, man.
Here's Kepler now facing Stump with 2 outs, 2 on.
Talk about a guy that played the game with a smile on his face.
Roll to the second baseman. Stump does his job. That'll end the inning. They will settle for 1 run. As we go to the 8th, Tigers baseball presented by Bell Tire. Nothing in favor of the Twins in this one. They've out-hit the Tigers 14-3 here tonight. And Kyle Gibson has done all the work for the Minnesota Twins on the hill. He will face Romine, Iglesias, and Kinsler as we go to the top of the 8th. Gibson last year did have a similar tight start against the Tigers. He went 8 innings in a game against the Tigers and gave up 5 hits, 1 run. That was last September. And it was in Detroit, but he has certainly matched that, if not better, tonight. Strike 1 on Romine.
In 2 starts this season for Gibson against Tiger bats, he's given up 12 runs, 11 of those earned in just 6 innings, but he flipped the script here tonight.
One ball, 1 strike on Romine. 0 for 2 in the game.
The first pitch change up there. He's pitching with a lot of confidence here today.
Stone faced. Brings home the 1-2. Rolled foul. Romine playing first as Cabrera got the night off. We'll see if Miggy's back in the lineup tomorrow for the daytime finale here. Meanwhile, Alex Wilson warming up.
And Tigers desperately trying to get Alex Wilson back on track.
Yeah, that's going to be a necessity. Willie trying to shake off that last outing in Kansas City in that blowout game for the Royals, which they won 16-4. Again, the 1-2. Romine lines one to left field, sinking and caught by Rosario.
Let's take a look at Gibson's day. And he's only given up 3 measly hits tonight so far to Tigers bats. Lots of first pitch fastballs. Then when he gets ahead with that fastball, he's had a really good slider today. Looks like a fastball coming out of his hand, throwing it about 84 miles an hour. And when that slider not working, he's had some really nice two-seam action, which has allowed him to get a dozen ground balls in this game. So this is the best I've ever seen Kyle Gibson, and he's showing some emotion too. Season high 12 ground outs tonight for Mr. Gibson.
Slice to right field, base hit. Left that one up, and Iglesias has a one-out single. His first hit of the night. Tigers have 4 hits now, all singles. That'll bring up the top of the lineup now. Kinsler. He is 0 for 2 with a walk. Ball 1 high. .95 now for Gibson. And he missed high again. 2 balls and no strikes. Indians have won in dramatic fashion tonight. Mickey York will have an update in a smidge.
The Indians, they needed to win in dramatic fashion because the Kansas City Royals are trying to run them down right now. Looks like Kansas City's going to win their game again tonight.
There's the left-hander Rogers warming up. He's been awfully good.
Yes, he has.
Now the 2-1. Ian fouls it back out of play. 2-2 on Kinsler. Presley waiting on deck. Thought about it. Did not offer. Now 3-2. Twins tonight have 14 hits. They've also stranded 11 men on base. And they lead 6-0. Here's the 3-2. Sawed him off and rolled it foul. It's 100 now for Gibson.
Yeah, really only one stressful inning. That was back in the 6th. And when he needed 20 pitches to retire Tiger bats.
He has had a 6-pitch inning and a 5-pitch inning tonight. Kinsler giving him a battle here. And he walked him. Ball 4. That'll put 2 men on for the Tigers. Going to bring up Presley. Paul Molitor surveying the situation. He's got the lefty Rogers tuning up. Tigers had a couple of base runners out in the 6th but couldn't score.
And very seldom does Gibson reach the century mark in pitches thrown. He's only done it twice this year. In his last outing, he threw 107 pitches, which was the season high. Right now, he's at 101.
So they'll stay with the right-hander here against the lefty Presley.
Well, I think that Paul Molitor always understands that Gibson is always one pitch away from getting out of any jam with the ground balls that he throws so frequently.
Slice to left field. That ball is going to get down. Into the corner it goes. One run is in. It's a ground rule double, and the Tigers are on the board now. It is 6-1.
That's unfortunate for the Tigers, because if that ball stays in, it's no doubt that Ian Kinsler scores, and that will probably be the end of the night for Kyle Gibson. He's pitched way too well for Paul Molitor to leave him out there. Another knock for Preston. How about him, man?
A 3-hit night for Presley. That's an RBI, his 10th of the year. That's going to be it. Gibson will get a nice round of applause, but he will depart the scene. 6-1 game. Wallside Windows pitching change. We'll be back. Yeah, big win for Cleveland, and well, that Lindor kid, he's a pretty good player. Well, that's going to be it for the starter Gibson now, as Rogers, the left-hander, comes in. And the Tigers now a chance to crawl back into this thing. They're down 6-1, 2 men on, 1 man out.
Rogers has been outstanding out of the Minnesota bullpen since June 4th, excuse me. He has an earned run average of 0.47. Whoa. Overall, a 1.93 ERA. 22 holds. That leads the American League. He's one of the reasons why Minnesota has been so good in winning games when they're leading after 7.
Upton a walk in this game. Also has a ground out and a strikeout. Ooh, swing and a miss by Chea.
Good breaking ball there thrown by Rogers.
Taylor Rogers has 22 holds this year, the most in all of baseball. Recently had a 12 1/3 scoreless inning streak. McCann has moved to the on-deck circle, and that's bouncing in. Good block there by Castro.
And Rogers has a fastball that tops out at about 94 miles an hour. He throws a lot of curveballs and a handful of changeups. So his 2 main pitches are the fastball and the curveball.
Right-handed batters this year bat .232 against him. Driven deep to left field, down the line, and that ball is gone. It's a home run for Justin Upton. A 3-run shot, and the Tigers are right back in this game. He hit that ball a mile. J-Up's first home run in a while. He killed that. 6-4 game. June 29th, the last home run for Upton. We got ourselves a ball game now.
Yes, we do. One of the things about Justin Upton is the fact that once he starts to go the other way, like he did in last night's game for a double, like he did his final at bat in Kansas City for a double, once he starts to go that way, then all of a sudden he starts to get pitches inside, and he turned on that hanging breaking ball thrown by Rogers. That had been Rogers' best pitch, that signature curveball. I'm surprised J-Up was able to keep it fair. I mean, he got his hands inside pretty and barreled it up, and you could tell he's saying stay fair, and it did stay fair off the foul pole down the left field line. Look at that ball. That ball's 3 inches off the plate, and he kept it fair. That's special.
Line is complete now on Gibson, so it was a good night, but his number's not quite as good.
No.
7 1/3, 5 hits, 3 runs. McCann batting here for Avila. Swing and a miss. 2-2 on McCann.
That is such a tough ball to keep fair because you have to catch it just right. And with the break on the curveball and the fact that it was a couple of inches off the plate, most of the time, Mario, when guys swing and make contact with that pitch, it's a foul ball.
Right.
.101 was the hit speed on the ball that J-Up hit, and I'm sure he had the proper launch angle. In the short time he has spent time in a Tigers uniform playing against the Minnesota Twins, J-Up has destroyed their pitching staff.
McCann taps one to third foul. It's the second time he's hit the foul pole this year. He had that big home run in Boston, the opposite field, hit the pesky pole. And all of a sudden, a sleepy night for the Tigers offense is now a 2-run game. McCann trying to keep it going here with 1 out. In the air to right field, and Kepler, it's over his head. He misplayed it. McCann going to second base, and he's in there standing up. It just sailed over his head.
And the ball had a lot of backspin on it, and Kepler, he got on his heels and therefore couldn't get back to make a play. It looked like he waited momentarily to see what the ball was going to do. And then when he finally realized the ball had some backspin on it, he took off. But he was not able to get back on it. He jumped with the ball right over the glove. McCann pinch hit double.
Now the tying run come to the plate. Castellanos is 0 for 3. All of a sudden, the Tigers have 7 hits. Nick swings and misses 0-1. Well, Rogers has been awfully good this year, extremely good, but the Tigers have a 3-run homer and a double against him. Hindsight is 20/20, Rod, but I wonder if Paul Molitor had to do it over now. He'd go back and maybe bring Rogers in to face Preston. Do you think, or was he still looking for that ground ball?
He probably was looking for the ground ball, and Gibson had pitched so well, and I think in the back of his mind he was going to allow Gibson to possibly pitch a complete game here had he been able to get those final 2 outs.
Fouled off.
Rogers got a 1 wicket breaking ball and fastball 94 too, so you have to respect that.
Tigers were shut out until putting up 4 here in the 8th, and they're still batting with only 1 out and a man at second. Castellanos a long ball away from tying this one up. Outside, he laid off 1-2.
If you're Castellanos, the one thing that you can't do right now, you cannot sell out for the breaking ball. You just can't. Rogers has too much with his fastball at 94. If you're looking for a breaking ball, he'll be able to throw it right by you.
Their closer is warming up right now. Brandon Kinsler.
He's had a good year.
Here's the 1-2.
Nice job. There's that fastball at 93. Nick able to get a piece of it. See, when it's very tough when a guy has a good breaking ball, like Rogers does, you just have to hope he makes a mistake on something up in the strike zone, which would allow you to put the ball in play. But you have to stay ready for the fastball.
McCann is doubled in a pinch hitting role. He's standing at second now with 1 out. And the 1-2. Right back up the middle on the ground. Dozier on the backhand. And out at first base.
Ooh,
I don't know about that.
Check that.
Ooh, he looks safe from here.
And it looked like Will Little was thinking about calling him safe too before finally pulling the right arm up and calling him out.
Castellanos immediately said, look at this. I mean, you got to challenge this anyway, don't you? Yeah, I mean, that's what Brad's saying right now. There's no use otherwise. So they're going to look at it. Call on the field is out. And that's key. It's always key with the call on the field is because on close plays, they're not quite as likely to reverse a call. Hard to tell from that angle. Looks like no, they're still looking. Huge call in this game.
As much as I'm rooting for Nicholas Castellanos tonight, it might be difficult for them to overturn this one, but
I agree.
It's kind of tough to know what they're thinking all the time in the command center in New York.
The other indicator here is they're taking a very long look at it, so they haven't gotten anything that definitively says that he was safe, at least not yet. And we'll see what the call is now. Out at first base, they called Nick out. And Nick can't believe it. Now, Nick knows that he probably was safe, but again, on the replay, you have to have something definitive. So that one goes against the Tigers. There are 2 outs.
It sure does look like that foot's on the bag and that ball's not nestled in the glove of Maurer yet.
Now, had the call been safe on the field and the Twins challenged, it probably would have stayed safe. That's just how those calls go. Well, here's Victor now with 2 outs. Runner at third, 6-4 game. Martinez is 0 for 3.
First at bat of the night for Victor, batting right-handed. Previous 3 at bats against Gibson, the right-hander, he hit left-handed.
2-0.
Yeah, it looks like they may be pitching around Victor to get to Matuk. It's not that Victor is necessarily swinging the bat all that well right now, but I think it's the respect factor that would lead them to pitch around Victor with the open base to go after Matuk.
We had a rip on 2-0.
Fastball probably a tick off the plate, but Victor's a veteran hitter. He knows what he can get to, especially with runners in scoring position.
2-1 on Martinez. RBI double by Presley in the inning. A 3-run homer by Upton.
Ooh, man, that's that bender. At 81, stood Victor straight up.
The old foul locker. 2-2. Just off the plate. 3-2.
Here comes that curveball.
Matuk on deck.
Fastball.
Spoiled it. Appeared to be ball 4.
Right.
Wilson's been throwing forever down in the bullpen. And Bruce now loosening up as well.
Well, Tigers have gotten back into this game. They're trailing by a couple of runs now. It might be Rondon to come into this game to keep the score right where it's at. No disrespect to Alex, but we brought up the point that he has been scuffling a little bit lately.
And he walked it, ball 4. So the tying runs are on now. He's going to bring up Matuk, and they're going to bring the closer in, Kinsler. Paul Molitor will go right back in the bullpen. Jim Adducci coming out to pinch run at first base for Martinez. So they go right back to the pen. Rogers is out. Kinsler coming in. Wall side windows change. We'll be back.
Here is the 1-800 call Sam call of the game. Justin Upton's been balling today. Threw out a runner at home plate earlier in the game. He also went back and took a double away from one of their batters, left-handed bat. Outstanding defensive play there. And then he gets the Tigers 3 with one swing at the bat on a breaking ball from Rogers, who's been outstanding this year, right off the foul pole for Justin Upton. What a big swing and what a big day for Tigers left fielder.
He has done it all here this evening for the Tigers. Now they have to try and complete this comeback, and they'll try and do it against Brandon Kinsler.
Kinsler was an all-star this year. He has 26 saves. He's blown 3. The earned run average is outstanding. 25 strikeouts, 8 walks, so he does pitch to some contact. He doesn't strike out that many batters, but he's been awfully good at the back end of the bullpen this year for them. And he's also 2 of 2 in 4-out saves.
Mikey Matuk is the 9th man to bat in the inning, and Matuk in the game a single and 3 at bats. Mikey looks at ball 1. Kinsler is 2nd in the American League in saves, 3rd overall in baseball. Greg Holland has more over in the National League, and Colomé of the Rays more in the American League.
Pretty much just fastball slider thrown by Kinsler. Fastball tops out at 95. Slider anywhere from 86 to 88 miles an hour. He'll also throw you a changeup, but not very often.
First and 3rd, 2 outs. Well, 2-0 on Matuk. Rally started with an Iglesias single, then a Kinsler walk, RBI double Presley, and then the homer by Upton. Mikey ahead in the count, 2-0. Three balls to no strikes on Matuk. Adducey has been getting a very aggressive lead at first base. Very aggressive secondary lead. If Matuk finds a gap here, he can tie it up.
Man, I wonder if he wants to swing 3-0. Doesn't look like it.
No, I think he's taking. And he does, and it's a strike right at the top of the strike zone. Could have easily been ball 4.
Yeah, that's a gift strike by James Hoy.
Here's the 3-1. Runner goes to 2nd, and a bouncing ball to 3rd base. Sano cuts it off. His throw is bobbled, and a run scores. Mauer is unable to pick it, and it's 6-5.
That is a huge play for Adducy taking off from first base. Had he not taken off, it would have been a much easier play for Sano to simply throw that ball to Dozier, the 2nd baseman, to get the 3rd out of the inning, because Adducey's running on the play. No out at 2nd base, and he had to rush his throw across the diamond and try to get Matuk, who has good speed, and he bounced it.
E5 on the throw. Now the Tigers have the tying run at 2nd base. Here is Romine. Andrew looks at a strike on the outer edge. 1-run ball game. Andrew lined out to start this inning. 10 men to the plate for the Tigers. Flared out of play, and the count is 0-2. Now Kinsler with the 0-2 pitch. swing and a foul, and Romine gets a piece to stay alive. That was the 48th pitch in this inning thrown by Minnesota, and they've had 3 pitchers in this inning. Gibson started the frame, then Rogers, and now Kinsler. And again the 0-2. High. Ball 1. There's the Ducey's the tying run at second. Now the 1-2. Bouncing ball to second. Here comes Dozier. And that'll end the inning. However, the Tigers make a major move. They scored 5 runs in the inning, and Jay up smack dab in the middle of it. 3-run homer. It's 6-5 now, Minnesota. Given the Tigers life, they scored 5 in the 8th, and now a 1-run game as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. And here is the upcoming matchup presented by Wallside Windows. It'll be Mejia and Boyd tomorrow in the finale.
And Boyd had a shaky start to his outing 5 days ago in Kansas City, but settled in very nicely. Ended up getting the win in that game, going up against Mejia in tomorrow's matinee.
Meanwhile, the Tigers have gone to Bruce Rondon here with a 1-run game in the 9th.
And Bruce has been outstanding in his last 3 outings. He's only given up 1 hit, 6 strikeouts. He's only walked a couple. Power fastball, mid to upper 90s, but it's been the slide piece that's been the pitch that's allowed him to be as effective.
Heater up top.
97.
McCann stays in the game and catches.
And something else Rondon has done effectively, he's thrown breaking balls in fastball counts. Like that.
And Sano's out in front of the slider in the account now 1-1.
After that first pitch at 97. Sano is gearing up for that next heater. And he threw it at 86.
Ooh. Here's another one. 1-2. Bruce trying to keep this a 1-run game and give the Tigers an opportunity in the top of the 9th. They'll have Iglesias, Kinsler, and Presley. Swing and a miss. See you later. Sano's out of there.
He has his number. Take a look at what he did to him last night. That would be Bruce Rondon to Miguel Sano. Nothing but off-speed stuff, breaking ball down. Then he showed him a fastball, and then he finished him off with another breaking ball. So you know what, if you're Sano, what you're going to get from Bruce Rondon, you're going to get this slider. And then he finishes him off tonight with another really good breaking ball after falling behind with a good fastball.
More command of that slider, I think, has been the difference for Bruce this time in the big leagues. Here's Mauer. In there, a strike called on Mauer. That one had a cool 98 miles an hour.
Rondon definitely has the arm strength to pitch at the back end of the game. It's all part of the maturation process for Rondon the last couple of years. He also has a changeup. And even though Rondon throws very hard, every now and then when he throws one at 96, 97, it's got some good two-seam action. It's not a straight fastball.
Mauer has an RBI single to his credit tonight. It'll bounce in. 2-1 on Joe Mauer. 6 runs, 14 hits for the Twins. 5 runs, 7 hits for the Tigers. Checked it low. 3-1. Grossman on deck. Twins got a huge insurance run in the 7th inning on an RBI hit by Castro, and that made it 6-0 at that point, and that's right now the difference in this game. Full count, 3-2 on Mauer.
And Rondon has already thrown a fastball at 98 miles an hour. If he decides to throw another fastball here too, and Joe Mauer, then he might just reach back to get 100 on this next one. You saw Dave Clark moving Mikey Mott over into the left center field gap, anticipating that Mauer is going to hit something in that direction.
Ground ball pulled towards second. Kinsler has it there. Mauer is out. 2 away. Bring up Robbie Grossman, who has had 0, and I mean 0 success in limited duty against Rondon.
0 for 4 is Grossman against Rondon with 4 strikeouts. Rondon struck him out last night with a slider. Rondon has thrown some outstanding sliders in the last couple of nights.
Bouncing ball right side. Romine on the backhand. Rondon covers. Another clean outing for Bruce Rondon. He keeps it a 1-run game, and we go to the 9th. A one-run game as we go to the ninth inning. There are the numbers 6-5 in favor of the Twins. And the Tigers will have the number 9 hitter Jose Iglesias to lead things off against Kinsler, who came out to get the final out of the 8th inning, trying for the 4-out save.
He is 2 for 2, and when Paul Molitor has called on him to get 4-out saves this year.
Pulled fair down the line. Iglesias rounding the bag. He's going to go for 2. Here's the throw. He's got to be out. Oh, man. Iglesias tried to stretch a single into a double, and he's cut down.
Rosario has an outstanding arm to start off, and Iglesias wasn't necessarily running hard out of the batter's box, so there should have been more communication there to make sure he was stopped and before trying to go to second.
Rosario fires a BB down to second.
First of all, I don't even know how this ball got past Sano down the line, because he was hugging the line, and what a perfect carom here for Rosario. And he threw an absolute seed, one-hop seed to second base, Brian Dozier. Look at how he plays this ball. I mean, he couldn't have got a better carom. He picks it up and he plays it like a do-or-die play. How about that throw, though, dude?
He tagged him on the chin, but Brad coming out now to have a chat with the umpiring crew. He was clearly tagged.
Brad might be saying it's a foul ball, yeah.
You know, I changed my mind. I want it to be foul now.
That's a foul ball right there. Might be the only time in the history of the game the manager coming out saying that ball looked foul to me. Yeah, replay. I wonder if that's what it is.
Well, what else could he be arguing here?
There was no interference.
No. Now all 4 umpires will convene here. You know, from the naked eye, I couldn't tell, but the call was made by Tim Timmons, the third base umpire.
But how did he even get that ball past Sano? Did it hit the umpire? It doesn't matter really if it hits him or not.
No, it doesn't matter.
But look at this is a good angle right here.
Over the bag, it looked like. Oh no, he missed the umpire. Pretty good move there by Timmons. That ball came right to Rosario, which aided him. It took the perfect bounce right off the wall jutting out there.
Well, Brad has no challenges, right? Because he's lost, right?
Right. He's appealing to the umpires right now. And he's not going to win. So it's going to be an out, 1 gone.
I think Iglesias also thought that ball was foul.
Yeah. Could be. Kinsler couldn't believe it either.
Yeah, he thought it was a foul ball. And then all of a sudden he got happy after the out at second.
Well, what a swing of emotions. Here is Kinsler. Ian looks at a strike, 0-1. Ian had a walk. It was a big walk in the 8th inning. Tigers scored all 5 of their runs in the 8th. In there, a strike, and now 0-2. Yep, it's the old Kinsler against Kinsler. One has a T and a Z, the other has an S. Here's the 0-2. Presley on deck. One and 2 on Ian. 2-2 on Kinsler.
Both Kinsler and the setup man Rogers not necessarily as sharp tonight as they have been all season.
No. Tigers got to Rogers. The Upton home run was against him. Here's the 2-2. Bouncing ball, shortstop side, gobbled up there. Escobar throws him out, 2 away. Advanced RBI Baseball 2017 is out now for Xbox One, PS4, iOS, and Android. Enjoy fast-paced pick-up and play MLB action, packed with your favorite MLB teams, players, and more. Learn more at RBIGame.com. So here is Presley now. He will try and keep it going. Had a big RBI double in the 8th. A 3-hit night tonight for Alex. And Presley shoots a ground ball to second. Dozier has it there, and the Twins are going to win. They held on by the hair on their chinny chin, and they beat the Tigers by a score of 6-5.
That has to feel good for them because the Tigers have absolutely owned them in this ballpark.
Now we send you to the Call Sam Studios. Mickey York standing by with Tigers Live postgame.